it's been a rather rainy, windy day here in Rawalpindi as we head into match number 7 live from Pindi Cricket Stadium, where Islamabad United, the home side, take on Multan Sultans. Hello and welcome from pitchside. We're here in Rawalpindi. Well, it was raining earlier on. It has stopped now, and there's going to be an inspection at 7:40 p.m. So we'll find out what's happening after that. But it's been a rather breezy day here in Pindi. Very much evident from all the hair that's been flying around on our heads. So I've got with me in our studio the usual suspects. The usual suspects, as I like to call them, Amir, Suhail and Dominic Cook. Lovely to have you here on pitchside, gentlemen. Amir, firstly, you know, it's great that we're actually starting on time. And
I'm surprised.
The fact that we're having a game, because just a couple of hours ago, it seemed like, you know, there was a hailstorm here in Pindi. So there has been, obviously, there's been a delay because of the wet outfield. But let's just hope that we at least get a game in.
Yeah, we are keeping our fingers crossed, and you have to trust the ground staff there. Yes, they had a bad experience during the Champions Trophy, but they learned a lot, and they are well equipped now. We have few super stoppers and everything, so I hope the game is going to start with a slight delay, maybe.
𝐄𝐍𝐆, very British weather here today in Pindi.
Certainly is, very much where I'm from, Derby. It rains all the time. The good news about this outfield, though, it's actually, I think it's one of the best in Pakistan for obviously getting rid of the rain. We've just come from our hotel, and you could see the puddles. So, to be fair, it actually doesn't. I thought I was expecting when I got here it was going to look a lot worse, and I think it is just parts of the outfield that probably haven't been covered that are a little bit wet. It'll be interesting to see when the inspection happens at 7:40 what they actually decide to do, because I'm sure we'll have some extra time at the end of the game where it should be. So hopefully it won't be too much of a shortened game, because I think both sides going into this will want to have a longer game, because as you know, Amir, the shorter game sometimes brings in probably the unfancied team, but these two teams, actually, I look at them, they're actually quite strong and quite even Stevens.
Yeah, if you talk about Peshawar Zalmi, they wouldn't mind a shorter game, because they've been struggling.
Yeah.
Well, the groundsmen definitely deserve a lot of credit, because we can just look over our shoulder and you'll find out that it does look pretty dry, and more often not, they're the unsung heroes of the game. And you know, you've worked a lot in Sri Lanka as well. You've seen how efficient they are in covering the grounds and taking the covers off. So a lot of credit to them.
And they smell rain. I mean, nobody's actually thinking of that it's going to rain, but they just smell it, and they are ready for everything. And they are very well equipped. And I think Pakistani, personnel is not way behind. You know, they're very efficient. Yeah, there were a couple of setbacks, but they have raised their game for sure.
All right, I think it's time to get back to the cricket, though, because we've got the home side, Islamabad United, and they are up against Multan Sultans, who lost their last encounter versus Karachi Kings. Let's have a look at their head-to-head. All right, speaking of head-to-head, it's even Stevens once again. And it's not just the last 16 matches, it's also the last 10 matches that these two teams have played. Islamabad has overall won 8 alongside Multan. And then the last 10 matches have also been pretty much equal. 5 and 5. 5 won by Islamabad United and 5 won by Multan Sultans. Although, I mean, when you look at this record, there's plenty to talk about, because the in-form team is actually Islamabad United. That was head-to-head for you. Yeah, things seem to be working well for Islamabad United, Amir, because remember, they are the defending champions. They came into this tournament with some kind of a pressure, the tag of being defending champions. But what do you think is clicking for them so far in this tournament?
I think it's the combination of this side and the balance of the side. And it seems like that everybody in the squad really know their role. And whenever they come out and they are assured, they know what is supposed to be done, and they do it so efficiently. And that's why, you know, they're making a huge difference in this HBL PSL.
And something that's also working really well for them, 𝐄𝐍𝐆, is their top order. Somebody like Sahibzada Farhan, we saw what he did the other day, scored heaps of runs in domestic cricket and now is carrying on that form into HBL PSL.
Yeah, and I think he is playing well. It's something I pick up with Amir as well as an opening batter. The way he plays from deep in the crease, something that you did very well at times as well. I think it makes a difference, doesn't it?
It does, because, you know, it's... When you talk about the openers, you have to play the ball late, and you need to get the measure of it. You know, when I saw Farhan for the first time, he was hit and miss. He's come of age. Now he doesn't mind spending a bit of time at the crease, get the measure, try and understand what the bowlers are looking to do, and after that, once he deciphers that, he's deadly.
I mean, when we spoke to him earlier in the previous game, he did mention that, 𝐄𝐍𝐆, that I said, what are you doing differently? And he said that he's just trying to take a few balls, maybe like a couple of deliveries, just to have a gauge of the conditions and all of that. And that indicates, you know, it's indicative of his maturity perhaps as a batter.
I think if you look at all at the opening batters now, I'll take you back. I know he's not playing tonight. Look at Fakhar Zaman. Give yourself a little bit of time just to settle yourself in. I think as a bowler, when somebody plays it as late as him, Farhan, it actually puts you under pressure because he's using what pace you've got, but also he's going deep in the crease. So those length deliveries that he's letting bounce, he can then open up areas. And I think as a bowler, that makes it more difficult. So he's playing really well. Some of the shots he played that we've just highlighted, obviously the boundaries as well. He just seems to hit 360, and then that's what makes it difficult for a bowler.
I just want to add what Dominic said. You know, as an opener, at times you wait for a bowler to commit a mistake. And in T20 format, if a bowler is able to bowl a couple of dot deliveries, pressure is not on the batsman. It's actually on the bowler. How I'm going to go about the job now. So that gives an opportunity for a batsman to assert himself, and that's what the batsmen have to learn.
Well, Multan Sultans, on the other hand, they lost their previous game against Karachi Kings, but their captain had a good outing overall, got some runs, and generally seemed to be, you know, he seems to be a leader who's inspired a lot from all the youngsters in Multan Sultans. Rizwan, once again, making that fine 100 at the top. It did go to vain, but just his contributions as a leader have been quite evident. Let's not forget the contribution of Bracewell. He's somebody who's done well. He's quite a handy cricketer, you know, with the ball, with the bat, adding that 44 of 17 balls. But I think, 𝐄𝐍𝐆, would you say it was the bowling that let them down in that game?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say that. Credit to Rizwan, credit to Bracewell. When you get 234, you'd be disappointed as a bowling unit that you've actually lost that. And when you look at partnerships are, you know, impressive there. But then look at how, in the history of HBL PSL, where that run chase fits. Because then you have to give it to Vince and think, well, okay, when you look at its third in the obviously 10 seasons, you can see that that doesn't happen very often. So in some ways you'd be disappointed as a bowler to be able not to defend that, but then you have to think realistically. A batter like James Vince, Kushdil, whoever it is comes in, you've got to just put your hands up at times as a bowler and say, it was their day. And sometimes you can beat yourself up too much as a bowler and think, well, I should have won that, it should have been down to us. But you have to give credit sometimes to quality batters and say, it was Vince's day that day. So not worry about it too much. Try and analyse where you perhaps could have done it a little bit slightly different.
And even Mohammad Rizwan as a captain of Multan Sultans, Amir, I mean, he inspires from the front. You know, he's a leader who lets his bat do the talking. We've seen him do that time and again, and he did that the other night as well, scoring that 100. You
know, he understands the psyche of the players. You know, once a player go through rigmarole of club cricket, first-class cricket, and you know, he learns the craft, and he knows how to get the best out of the players who are actually, you know, on the fence. He knows how to get the best out of them, and he's right. Dominic is absolutely right. You know, he shouldn't be worried about the last game. You know, he has to ask his players, shrug your shoulders. It happens. It was his day. We caught into the whirlwind of James Vince. It's not going to happen every game.
And when you look at that as well, you think we've just shown obviously Farhan and how he played the ball late, and then you look at Rizwan, and he's scoring at 350. You know, around that good length, maybe slot area. It shows how different you have to bowl at certain characters and certain batters. You look at Rizwan, he comes at you, he's being aggressive, he's looking at you with straight eyes, and he's coming, if you bowl length, I'm going to hit you off your length, I'm going to go square. If you go too full, I'm going to go back over your head. And Farhan is staying deeper and cutting you away and pulling you that way. So it just shows as a bowler you have to be on top of your game. But Rizwan, that innings, really, let's be honest, on most days, that's a match-winning innings. And all it was, well, the reason why it wasn't was because James Vince was slightly better, and that's why it was taken away. But when Rizwan is in that sort of form, domestically, in his franchise, for Pakistan, he can win games single-handedly.
And for me, the special thing about that particular innings from Rizwan was everybody was talking about it's going to be a different Karachi pitch. It's going to offer a lot to the bowlers. And then you go out as a batsman and you start to take on the bowlers from the word go. That made it special.
All right, we're talking about Mohammad Rizwan, but the Multan Sultans squad is looking really good, despite the fact that they conceded so many runs. The likes of Osama Mir, they've got Javed, who's done really well in the T20 circuit. So the talent is right up there, and they've also got a lot of experience in the form of Chris Jordan. Time to hear his thoughts now.
We were in Dubai. I was playing for 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒, and we obviously made the final and said, right, we'll try to play the final in Pakistan. And having never been here before, you never know what to expect. But I think from the time I landed in the country and to see how beautiful a country it is, and then on top of that, the support for the game was amazing. The fans here, they go crazy for the game, you know. And as I said before, you feel that energy, and you actually, deep down in yourself, you want to do well for them as well. I've been fortunate to play with so many great players. I played with Shahid Afridi, I played with Baba, I played with, so many great players, you know. Every season you see so many different types of players come out, and it's great for the game and great for the country. Peshawar is one place I want to visit. I've heard so many great things about it. Obviously, I've visited Islamabad, but not been able to explore the city. I do like rice dishes, so it could be some kind of pilau or dal makhni or something like that, yeah. Does TK count? TK, I don't know. TK, chalo, shukriya, yeah, all these things, yeah. We have a good identity as a team, and I think the way we play cricket is very entertaining. We have a good all-round team as well. And fans turn on the TV and they see Multan Sultans playing, they know they'll have an exciting game to watch.
Now, we called Riley Russo an HBL PSL veteran the other day. Chris Jordan is also somebody who's an HBL PSL veteran, 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒. Played for 3 franchises in the HBL PSL. Just seems to love it here.
Well, he's obviously a multifaceted player. He can do everything. He's one of the best fielders in the world. Bowls well up front, bowls well at the end. He's a good team member. I think what I like about Chris Jordan is he sells himself into teams wherever he is. Obviously in the PSL, this is his 3rd franchise. And the one thing I picked up from that interview about the Multan Sultans, the word I picked up was identity. And that's something that I think all franchise owners, all franchise teams want to have their own identity. With Chris Jordan, I think he's an excellent player. He's a nice human being. He wants to be part of the side, and he'll sell himself to any side to be a part of it and win. And that's what he is. He's a multi-winner.
And he loves palau.
He does. You know, you were surprised.
It was nice to hear something different other than biryani. You know, that's what
exactly.
I mean.
I would have gone
biryani,
biryani, definitely. And I need him to get a little bit better with his Urdu as well. What do you got? Tikka, shukriya, and something else. Come on, you've got to be better than that, Chris. Ek, do, teen, char, panch. Come on.
Well
you
done.
Keep going, Che.
He needs to spend a lot of time with you, 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒.
Absolutely, I'll help him.
Yeah. There's also that Barish song that you keep singing.
Yeah,
when
Dehiko Barish. No Barish now.
No Barish
now,
right
it's gone.
now.
The rain is gone. Thankfully, the rain is gone. The wind is up, which will dry the outfield. And what are we? We can't be far off from from that pitch he is expecting. It's probably happening now. Sorry to look to my right because I'm going that way, but it should be happening right now. And hopefully, let's hope that the umpires make a decision quickly, Zainab and Amir, and we get near enough a full 20 over or 20 game, because I want to see that. I don't want to see a shortened game. Never like shortened games.
Absolutely, and you don't want one team to be having any kind of advantage. But just talking about Chris Jordan, Mohammad Rizwan and their leadership, both these sides are looking really good overall. But I think it's time to hear from the experts what they have to say with regards to the expert predictions. Well, we're still waiting on a lot of updates from the ground. Perhaps it is too early to make a prediction, but just based on, Amir, what you've seen from both the sides, I mean, which side is looking stronger to you? Who do you think is going to be at the forefront of things today?
I think both the sides have wherewithal to trance each other, but I'm going to go with Multan. The reason why I say that, because they were hurt in the previous game, and they'll come in this game better prepared, knowing the opposition.
All right, they were hurt, so they're going to come out like cornered tigers. What about you, 𝐄𝐍𝐆?
Well, I've been hopeless at this. I think I backed the Kalandars when they lost their first game, and that didn't work. Since I've stopped predicting that, they've gone and won in Karachi. So I'm going to go with, sorry, Islamabad, I'm not very good. I'm going to go Islamabad United. That's how I'm going to go, because I think they are one of the best squads around, but they're up against a fine Multan Sultans. So I'm going to go, come on, Islamabad United. Give me my first victory tonight.
All right, then. You heard it from our experts. Multan Sultans and Islamabad United is what we're going for in the studio on pitch side. That was the expert predictions for you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll keep you guys posted in terms of what's happening out there with regards to when we can actually start the play. The good news is it's not raining right now, so we can hopefully get a full game rather than the shortened game, and we'll have to wait for an update from the umpires before that. So take a short breather and we'll see you guys on the other side. back on pitch side, and we're just waiting for an update from the umpires to see what they have to say with regards to when we can really start. The good news is that it's not raining right now, and it has sort of dried up. When you just look over our shoulders as well, we saw that the ground is rather dry. So that's the good news coming from the center, but there's been no official word yet from the umpires. So just waiting on that. They're just having a look, inspecting the ground, obviously wanting to make sure that there are no puddles, there's no water that hasn't been drained out of the ground. But it all looks rather hopeful from this side, and I'm sure the fans of Islamabad United will be wanting the game to start as well. The Super Stopper is going to be in action, obviously, trying to soak in all the wetness from the ground. But I'm sure we'll get an update very soon from the umpires with regards to what's happening, what time can we actually start this game. All right, back on pitch side, we're discussing Multan Sultans taking on Islamabad United. And one of the strengths of Multan Sultans over the years has been their leg spinner in the form of Osama Mir Amir. When you talk about him, you know, he's got the most amount of wickets since 2023 in the HBL PSL. So you keep talking about how important a role a leg spinner plays in this league. And we've seen him do so well for them over the years.
You know, to have a leg spinner in your lineup, it's a luxury. You know, we all know that leg spinners pick up wickets for you. They can change the course of the game. And Osama Mir has been doing it for his side. You know, initially, you know, he was taken for plenty of runs just because somebody told him that he needs to flight the ball without realizing he's a tall lad. For a tall lad, it's very difficult to flight the ball. It's going to turn out to be a full toss. So finally he learned, instead of flighting the ball, I have to ball it slower with the pacey deliveries. And from there on, he's been picking up wickets and he never looked back.
I get to see him quite a little bit because he also plays in England, plays a little bit of T20 in the 100 competition. So I see him quite a lot. And then you spot on. He's such a tall man, he gets bounce. I think that's what he gets, is he gets bounce. So he doesn't need to flight the ball. So whoever tells him to flight the ball, stop. He doesn't need to because of the height that he gets. He's an important cog in their wheel. That's what has made them such a good side, because he has got that ability to spin the ball both ways and also get bounce. So he's an important part, not just tonight, but for going into deeper into the competition. If Multan Sultans are going to reach those playoffs and maybe a final again, he's got to keep bowling well, because if he does, then he's going to bamboozle those middle orders throughout this HBL PSL.
All right, so we spoke about how there's been rain around the whole day practically. There was a hailstorm before. The Pindi wicket, we've seen different facets of the Pindi wicket. On the slower side, great for batting as well. But how is it going to turn out today with all the weather conditions that we've seen so far? Let's find out from Mark Nicholas, who's out there with the pitch report.
I'm actually not on the pitch. I'm looking at amazement at the Super Stopper that's been out here drying this outfield. This place is so dry. We had a powerful storm, massive hailstones, bigger than the size of golf balls. So they've used the Super Stopper, they've used sand, they've used this dry, dead grass to cover areas that have been damp. They've cleared all of these massive Hessian covers. I mean, really, they've done an absolutely fantastic job. So much so that now I think it's dry enough to get going. I don't think it'll be a big deal on the ball. And all credit to the ground staff here. This is a quality performance. Lisa is out in the middle. Tell us about the pitch.
Yeah, taking a look at the pitch here, it's dry as a bone. And the great thing about this pitch is we've only had one game here, and that was against Lahore Qalandars. They scored 219 runs. There is a little bit of live grass, which is sometimes hard to find here in Pakistan, but certainly it is going to be batting conditions as usual.
So one of the coaches, Alex Hartley, just said to me, one of the Sultan coaches, so what should we do, bat or bowl first? The answer is, I don't know the answer. I think you've just got to play well to win the game, haven't you?
Yeah, I think you'd still, everyone's not quite sure about the weather, so I wouldn't be surprised if people want to chase, knowing that there could be Duckworth, Lewis, Stern method potentially coming in.
You've heard it from Lisa.
So with the potential rain coming on the other side, 𝐄𝐍𝐆, I mean, what do you do if you win the toss then?
Well, if there is going to be any rain coming later, which I know in forecasts it's saying there may do, then you'd probably look to chase. That's what I would look to do. Then you know exactly what you're chasing. If it's a shortened game, you take that into the obviously decision. But I think chasing would probably be better here because there has been a little bit of rain, so it will skid on a little bit. I always think that, of course, you look at the stats of all the games we've seen over the years here, and I just think you overthink it too much. Whoever plays better on that occasion wins the game. Put runs on the board, defend, that's away, chase. So let's see what they do.
Yeah, just to further that, you know, you don't have to overthink things. If there is rain around, look to chase. But you know, if I was a captain, you know, having a look at the conditions, overhead conditions, I'll be inclined to include a fast bowler or two because there is a breeze around. The ball is going to do something in the air.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. There has been an update now. The toss is going to be at 8:15, and we will be going live with all the action at 8:45. So that's the good news coming from the center. Take a short break, and we'll give you further updates on the other side.
everybody, welcome. I know you're expecting cricket already, but we've had some horrendous rain here, so we're delayed, but not by long, thank heavens. Islamabad United, Multan Sultans going at it this evening, and an array of superstars on show. We're at the Pindi Cricket Stadium, and it's recovered from this hard rain that fell quite superbly. So that's exciting in itself. The form of Islamabad is impressive. Multan really ready to get going. These two know each other so well, of course. Mohammad Rizwan and Shadab Khan. Two fine cricketers, two great smiles. Islamabad unbeaten in their two games with impressive controlling victories, I'd call them. Multan yet to get off the mark. They were undone by a brilliant James Vince innings a few nights ago. Remember, the top four teams qualify for the playoffs. We're waiting for the two captains, who are now ready out there in the middle, actually, with Ramiz Raja. So let's head out for the toss.
Two impressive captains, two impressive teams will lock horns for what is supposed to be a great game. Nadeem Arshad is the match referee. We've got Mohammad Rizwan leading his side. Multan Sultans, Shadab, you have the coin. Here we go.
Head.
Heads is the call. It's come down his head. Rizwan साहब, वो आपका मार्क है.
थोड़ा आगे आ गए हो.
क्या डिसाइड किया आपने?
हम बॉलिंग करेंगे.
हाँ, इसलिए कि थोड़ी सी बारिश हुई है, कोई टैक्टिक्स बदले जाते हैं ऐसी सिचुएशन में?
जी रमीज जी बिल्कुल, क्योंकि अभी तक तो चेज ही मुश्किल हो रहा है, मगर हमने ये कोशिश की कि जो वक्त की डिमांड, उस डिमांड के हिसाब से हमने डिसीजन लिया.
पिछला मैच टफ था, इसलिए कि जीतना चाहिए था, नहीं जीते. कितनी जल्दी जो है उसको सिस्टम से बाहर निकालना पड़ता है?
रमीज भाई, निकालना पड़ता है, क्योंकि अभी हमारे पास 9-10 मैचेस यहाँ पे होने होते हैं, तो अगर हम उसी को लेके बैठेंगे तो काफ़ी मुश्किल हो जाता है. मगर हमारे लिए पास्ट होता है, जो सर हम सीखते आ रहे हैं अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. तो पास्ट खत्म हो गया, इंशाल्लाह नया मैच.
क्या चैलेंज यूनाइटेड की तरफ से फील करें आप, मिलने वाला आपको?
इनकी टीम काफ़ी तगड़ी है, जो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये टूर्नामेंट की बेस्ट टीमों में से है, और एक कॉम्बिनेशन का बना हुआ है. हम कोशिश करेंगे, जो हम प्लानिंग लेके आए, अगर इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है अच्छी जगह पे एग्जीक्यूट कर गए, तो इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है कि सक्सेस होगी उसमें.
तो प्लानिंग में क्या है, कोई टीम चेंजेस हैं?
जी 2 चेंजेस है, क्योंकि आकिफ तो थोड़ा सा इंजरी हो गया है उसको. असलैन आया और उबैद शाह खेल रहा है शायद इसकी जगह.
बेस्ट ऑफ लक.
थैंक यू.
शदाब, ये पहले आपको बैटिंग करनी है ऐसी पिच पे, पहले तो बताया आपके इंप्रेशन क्या है इस पिच पे?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि आज थोड़ा ट्रू पिंडी वाला पिच नज़र आ रहा है, और होपफुली ये हाई स्कोरिंग गेम होगा, क्योंकि जिस तरह के पिच नज़र आ रहा है, मुझे लगता है कि इस पर काफ़ी रन्स होंगे. और हम भी चाह रहे थे कि हम बैटिंग करें, क्योंकि ओबियसली थोड़े वेट कंडीशन है. अगर ऐसी कंडीशन में बॉल जितनी ज़्यादा बाउंड्री पे जाएगा, और पहले इनिंग में वेट होने के ज़्यादा चांसेस हैं.
ये बताइए, T20 की कप्तानी माशाल्लाह से बहुत अच्छी कर रहे हैं. क्या हैंड्स ऑन या हैंड्स ऑफ कप्तान होता है T20 में?
देखिए रमीज़ भाई, आज के क्रिकेट में अगर आप मोस्टली विकेट्स का सोचे, तो मुझे लगता है कि एज ए कैप्टन आपके लिए थोड़ा इजी हो जाता है, क्योंकि अगर आप आउट नहीं करेंगे तो आप जैसे मर्जी आपके पास बॉलर हो, एट द एंड ऑफ द डे आप वो स्ट्रगल करते हो. मेरी कोशिश होती है कि हम जितना ज़्यादा दूसरी टीम को किल कर सकते हैं और आउट करने की कोशिश करें, आउट बाय ना करें, जो हमारे प्लान्स हैं उसको एग्जीक्यूट करें और वहीं से आउट करें.
टीम चेंजेस?
जी बिल्कुल, 3 चेंजेस है. आगा ऑब्वियसली वो अच्छा फील्डिंग कर रहा, उसकी जगह हैदर अली आए हैं, और रैली मैड्रिड वापस आया बेन डोशस की जगह, और 7 की जगह मोहम्मद शहजाद आए.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, so news from the centre out here is that Multan Sultans have won the toss and elected to bowl.
Thanks. Thanks to Ramiz. That wind got his hair going well. There's Islamabad, and Lisa's alongside me. It's a brave captain, puts them into bat.
Yeah, when they scored 243 last game, but they've made 3 changes. Obviously, one probably due to injury, Salma Agar, Ben Dwarshus, Saad Maqsood, but Mohammad Shahzad comes back in, having played the first game. Haider Ali and Riley Meredith as well, who played the first game. So they've decided to go with the extra speedster.
A couple of players left out of this side, the Multan side, that have surprised me. But this 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇 is a terrific left-arm bowler, isn't he? And Shahid Aziz is also missing.
Yeah, interesting that 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇 has been removed, and Mohammad Hasnain. And Mohammad Hasnain obviously got a lot of pace, so they've gone for a lot of pace. They haven't yet got the final quality bowling attack that they want to bed. He's also a fast medium bowler, get the ball to swing back in. So both sides looking at their paces. Aqib, it's been tough on him to miss out.
So I'm so impressed by 𝐿𝐿. He's had a very good sort of period, probably as much as 2 or 3 years in this tournament where he's excelled. Lovely to see wrist spin executed as well as it is by 𝐿𝐿. So the news here is that the toss has been won by Rizwan, and he's put him into bat, which let's see how that works, because it sure looks a good pitch. We'll see in a minute.
सामने दोनों टीम्स आमने सामने होगी। मैच बिल्कुल शुरू होने जा रहा है, जिसे आप लोग देखेंगे।
Match 7 of the HBL PSL Season 10 sees a repeat of last season's final. And who can forget the amazing climax?
And it's through the infield. Islamabad United win this contest. And it's a dream run.
This time around, Islamabad have continued their hot streak with 2 crushing victories to top the table.
A century of the highest order, 100 of just 49 deliveries.
Multan Sultans opened their campaign on the wrong side of a high-scoring thriller in Karachi, despite the heroics of Mohammad Rizwan.
Very, very nice inning, captain leading from the front.
Can Islamabad keep their unbeaten start going? Or can Multan Sultans get off the mark in style and blow the table wide open? Don't go anywhere as we watch the fireworks of HBL PSL 10 continue.
Welcome everybody to Rawalpindi and the wonderful Pindi Cricket Stadium. It looks a picture. It's not full up. We've had quite a lot of rain and hard rain too. There were hailstones bigger than the size of a golf ball to shock everybody. It's Islamabad United and Multan Sultans going at each other today. Two well-known captains, a whole host of top-class players, and enough for children in here to benefit from watching the brilliant talent on view. So we've had a delay, but thankfully not as bad as we thought we'd have. We're going to start at 9:15. The toss has been made and won, incidentally, by Mohammad Rizwan, and the Multan Sultans have asked Islamabad to bat first. I think that's quite brave of them, given their massive 253 assault that won them the game a couple of days ago. The points table shows Islamabad strong, but it's so early, it's very hard to be sure. Lahore come back nicely. They lost the one game to Islamabad, and Multan's in the only game they've played struggled against 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒 specifically. But there's not a lot you can tell, I'd say, at this early stage. 4 teams qualify, and with only 6 teams in the tournament, that keeps it very open. I've got Lisa Stalaika and Bazid Khan sitting alongside me, and this is an interesting game. You sort of feel that there's a moment that Multan will have to kick in, don't you guys? They've got a lot of talent, but they got undone by a brilliant innings.
Yeah, absolutely, that 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒 innings. Just imagine if Rizwan had scored 100 and they've come here on a winning note. The pitch looks a beautiful surface. Shadab at the toss also mentioned that it looks like a typical Rawalpindi surface with runs and bounce and ball coming on to the bat. So bowlers have their work cut out, and it's back to the high scoring ways of Pindi.
Well, there's the coin going up. As I said, it was won by Mohammad Rizwan, and he chose to bowl. I think that's reasonable after all that rain, and also the possibility of lane rater. Not that I think it'll come, as if I know. And there's Islamabad United. Go on, have a crack at the team while you're giggling.
Okay, Mr. Local Man. They've made 3 changes. Saad Maqsood, Salman Agha, Hadi Ali comes in for him. Injured last game, which you can see. Ben Dwarshuis has been dropped, and Riley Meredith gets an opportunity, maybe expecting that pace and bounce of the Pindi pitch.
Multan Sultan struggled with the bowling, and they made a few changes right down there, with Mohammad Hasnain coming in for the injured Akif Javed. Shahid Aziz has been replaced by Ubaid Shah. Ubaid Shah gets the ball to seam back in. Now they need that middle order to fire. Also need the bowling, the overseas pros with David Willey and Chris Jordan to lead the attack. Usam Amin, we know, the leg spinner, but Hasnain will be the one to watch because he's got a little bit of extra pace, and on this surface you need some pace.
Yeah, there's a lovely drone view of this ground. It is actually filling up a little bit more than I thought it might. The game is going to go till very late because there's no overs lost, so we'll have it finished long after midnight, I think, which is quite something if people are still sitting here past midnight, and tells you a lot about the affection there is for the tournament. There's a good cricketer. We've just seen the back of Michael Bracewell, who really has emerged for the Kiwis, for New Zealand in the last few months particularly. All-round cricketer, very good signing for this side. Left-handed ball striker and off-spinner, right-arm off-spinner. As I say, there's a lot of good players on view here today, and exciting players too, I think.
Andre House hasn't really got his tournament flying yet with the bat in hand, gets another opportunity, but his batting partner Farhan, 100 in the last match, joins in a very elite group of players that have been able to score more than 400s in a season. Can he go to 5?
Huddle become an absolute staple for all teams now, although actually Multan Sultans are staying outside the boundary rope. Usually teams get sort of 10-15 yards onto the playing area and have the huddle. Oh, look at that. Easy as you like with the edges they've got today. Bats that we used were a bit harder to do that with.
Just making sure that they have everything in order, and also make sure that they bowl consistently. Chris Brown and Ahsan Raza, they work their way to the middle, and the umpire is just making sure there's a slight delay, making sure that everything is perfect. The ground staff has been exemplary, but also with the umpires just not losing any overs, just gave themselves that extra bit of time to make sure that the run-ups and everything are absolutely bone dry.
Absolutely brilliant innings from Saibzada Farhan the other night. Cheapers, he played out of his boots. He made 100 that you could never forget. Just because it was so assured. I mean, obviously these days they've all got the range of stroke play and the power, but he just seemed to be in complete control of every minute. Andres Hus went early. He's best known for cricket in America. Another one who's a terrific ball striker. So, you know, as ever these days, there's no great surprise when it starts. The white ball starts to fly. Quite important to get it right early on, and what David Willey will hope for is swing. That's the real trick here. If he can get some late in swing, he's very good at it. Not at any strong pace. He's a bit older and doesn't maybe quite have the nip he had. It was almost bound to happen, but he still swings the ball. So let's hope we see it swing this evening, because it's one of the great arts of cricket.
Left him over.
We've all been here a long time and praying that the rain stopped, and players, of course, themselves, although they came quite late from the hotel, it was very uncertain early on, and then suddenly it stopped and dried, and I think we all thought there was a chance for a reduced game, sort of 10 overs aside, but I don't think we imagined we'd play the full amount of overs. So 40 overs of cricket with a 10-minute break from now. Batsman's gone walkabout. It's quite late to see you've suddenly got a problem with your bat. What's that? Is that the tape or the... What do you think that's about? Come on, Lisa, you're smarter than the rest of us.
I just think there's something that just doesn't quite look right, and when you're looking down and tapping at your bat, you just feel a little bit unsettled. You just tidy that up so there's no excuses.
Okay. Okay, the clock is about to begin. The countdown from 10 to 0 and the start of this match. Oh, and the umpire spoils it by putting his arm out. Right, this time we do have liftoff. Number 23, Shane Warne's number actually. David Willey. Oh, he beats him with a Jaffer of a line. That's the thing about left armers. Get that line, and it's running across the right hand. They're worried it might swing back. They tend to play at the ball.
Yeah, Mohammad Rizwan winning the toss and electing to field first will hope for a little bit of swing. So will David Willey. That is terrific. The length is very good. You need to be quite full with the new ball if you're going to find any sort of swing. Let's see how he gets that going.
Don't remember him missing a ball the other night. And he played that well. There's a lesson in that. Any youngster watching and you're playing the swinging ball, particularly that comes into you, you make sure you don't play round your front pad, so you haven't committed onto the front foot, and you hit it back where it came from. So you're aiming back at the bowler or to mid-on if you're playing left arm in swing.
Andres House, for those that aren't sure who he is or where he's come from, actually grew up in South Africa and played underage cricket for his country. In 2021 actually moved to the US, did a 3-year deal,
He got signed for the Nepal League and was the first player to score 100 in that competition. But what he's really known for is the 80-odd against South Africa in the T20 World Cup. That's where everyone knows him. And even though it was against South Africa, I think they were actually a little bit happy that it was almost one of their own. And especially when you grow up playing with a lot of players and they may not make it all the way to national duties, you still want to see your mates do well. And he had a good day out against his former teammates.
Oh, well timed. Shoo, that came right off the middle of the bat.
Now, typical Rawalpindi, you just throw your hands at it. It was outside off stump. Length wasn't bad, but he just thrown his hands at it. Timing was perfect, just over the top. First boundary of the innings.
So nice to see that back foot move across and really use the depth of the crease. Classy. So that was a real slow ball off the surface. It wasn't a slower ball as such, but just Chris just was sort of aware of it. He thought of working it and then just knocked it back where it came from. This is the other pitch. So they played on 3 games on the pitch to the left of this one, or the left as we look from this end of the ground. Final ball of the first over. And nicely bowled by David Willey. 5 for no wicket.
David Willey will be certainly happy with that. 5 runs off the first over. Went for 40 off just 2 overs in his last game. So enjoying the Pindi pitch already.
Shiny look to the surface, but they don't specifically search for it with the way they roll the pitches here. They used to in the Caribbean. They used to spin the roller on the dried firm mud, and that got it shining. Here's Michael Bracewell with his off spinners. You want to bowl a little fuller than that.
Yeah, poor delivery, but a very easy looking shot. A man in form, man who's come off 100, just timed it and placed it all under control. Didn't try to overhit it, just found the gap.
Men back, a wide mid-on, almost straightish mid-wicket actually, in backward square leg, so he's going to have to bowl very straight. Can't bowl outside off stump. And he can't over pitch actually, because the ones down the ground are up. And the guy out at long on is really more of a mid-wicket. He's very wide. Bracewell's emerged. He's been around. He's promising. You know, he's been a super cricketer for a while, but he's really emerged as a top-class international short-form cricketer and played some Test matches recently. Very good. Hanif Mohammed cap to be given to the highest runs of the tournament. The Faisal Mahmood cap to the highest wicket taker. Oh, that really spun. Lovely bowling from Bracewell. And he pays the price of a wicketkeeper who missed the ball, but everybody was surprised by that.
Oh, dear, lick your lips. That has turned a long way. Pitched outside the stumps, a missed leg stump between bat and pad. Perfect off-spinning delivery. Why did it turn so much?
And that one didn't turn at all. That's called natural variation. Yeah, just finishing on the leading run scorer and wicket taker in HBL PSL 10. Both will have their homes powered by Inverex solar energy, which is great, subject to terms and conditions. The Hanif Mohammed cap and the Faisal Mahmood cap. Sixteenth and a wicket.
Welcome you all at the stadium. You are watching HBL PSL season 10. So, Rawalpindi की आप तैयार हैं? Let's see.
So we're getting a second over from David Willey to Farhan. And who's back? Square legs back, and sort of third man, I suppose, is back, you call it. Oh, it hasn't carried. And if it did, he'd catch it, because Chris Jordan really does catch flies.
Well, this is David Willey's first over, hitting that good length. Maybe a little bit wide and got away with one, but then just straightened up nicely. Excellent way to start with the new ball.
Bit of advice now, use Jazz Cash to recharge more and more load or packages of Jazz or any other network and win an electric SUV. It's a good prize and a good car.
Now, so far it's been good from Multan. There's been a little bit in the surface.
Which, Bazid, I think you can be here. What we've seen of this pitch so far, bit of spin, and it stops a little in the surface.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, it rained quite a lot. Yes, there was covers. I think there's a bit of sweating, which is just playing out. Don't think it'll last for long, but it's just playing out. The spinner getting the ball to turn significantly. That just shows that maybe it's not as completely flat as the players expected. Willie's doing a job. And at the moment, 16 for no loss after 2.3. Well, Rizwan will take that after having fielded first.
Just a bit of width. These guys just never seem to miss out. Fast hands, I've got to say, there from Ondehus. Oh, it's fine. I apologise. Well, we saw fast hands the other night. We're seeing them again tonight.
Lots of wrist work. Opens the face of the bat. He's in form, so he'll always get the gap. A little flick of the wrist through the offside.
One area of the game that I don't think has been talked about enough in the last few years is the quality of the bats is so good that the players have more confidence in their stroke play, and it's one of the reasons. There are a lot of reasons that batsmen play so positively, so aggressively these days, but that is one of them. They have absolute faith in the equipment.
Was it yesterday or day before when you said the willow is going to finish.
Yes, no, it is.
So
They've
the quality of the bats are going to come down.
There's a real problem. Well, I think that, yeah, I mean, there's a real problem with the best Willow, I have to say. And with the best will in the world. Oh, no, he missed. Surely out if he hit. Willie was so quick to get to the ball, and he was just aiming on the move. That's the most difficult. 21 for no wicket.
Well, as we say in Australia, he nearly barbecued his teammate, Andre House. Yeah, he didn't even try. Willie was nimble enough to be able to get to the ball straight away and crossover throw, and yeah, he knows. Missed opportunity. Probably 2.5 stumps maybe 2 stumps he had a look at. That's a big miss.
So the leaders in the Imberex Hanif Mohammed Cap race. Fakhar Zaman, as you seem to always expect him to be. More Bracewell, more spin, I should think. Oh, hello. It's a proper strike. I'll tell you, that's a big hit.
We saw a few of those the other night. Just gives himself room because he likes to drag it. And just made sure that his hands got through the ball. And he's got immense power against spin.
Yeah, when you give yourself room to use the levers like that, you get the full swing. Shoulders, arms, hands. Power of the low body, staying down and through the shot. Fabulous batting, as is that, I might add.
That's impressive. Firstly, the first shot, but knowing full well that, okay, Bracewell's going to go back of a length. He can't float it up there again. But this time he gives himself room to the leg side to access the offside, but hits it with such a vertical bat, horizontal bat, should I say, and is able to get it through that cover, extra cover area. That's impressive.
What does Bracewell do now? Oh, he drops his own catch. That's what he does now. It's not dull, this.
Bracewell is so good that you almost expect him to gobble this up. He's got large mitts. That's a very rare one where it actually goes through.
The length was good, the previous delivery. It was full, so he couldn't get up and under it. But he was actually late to taking that catch, so mustn't have picked it up as quickly as we all expect him to do.
So 11 off the over. Spin bowling coach. Let's have a look at the off spinner. Terrific shot. Goes back and over the top of cover and made his own length and played it beautifully. Boundary to end the fourth is 36 without loss.
Yeah, this is a good shot too. Instead of trying to emulate his partner Farhan, Hulse actually goes up and over the inner circle on the offside. Powerful shot and a big over for Islamabad United. 15 off it.
Good start. 4 overs and really no great problems. The ball only beat the bat with the angle that Peter Willey operated with in the first over. He hasn't quite got that right since. David Willey's bowling as well, which is good tonight, and Peter's probably watching at home. Important to mention all the family when you get the chance on air. Here he goes, David Willey. And there he goes. Oh, Farhan showing off now.
Making full use of this Pepsi power play. They're really not impressed with the effort in the field. And actually, he's just gone through. That is poor. Multan Sultans, before the tournament started, wanted to be the best fielding side. They haven't done too well in these 4.1 overs.
No, nor did they do particularly well against the Karachi Kings, you've got to say, because that was a pretty ordinary effort. And that was a very good effort. So he's got one back there as David Willey. Aha! BYD leads the world in new energy vehicles, and PSL leads the game in talent. BYD is giving away BYD Seal as a prize to the player of the tournament, so stay tuned.
And just a little change. Third comes into the circle, deep square leg, drops back, and a long on.
That is super batting. By any standards, anywhere, anytime, that's top class.
Farhan is basically picking up where he left off. 31 off 18. 5 fours, 1 6. And he's been so strong off the stumps on the back foot drive. It's been impeccable so far tonight, and this is a little bit dangerous for Multan Sultans.
Jazz Fan Pulse moment. Who was the best? What was the best bowling by Islamabad's highest wicket taker? 5 for 28, 6 for 19, 5 for 8. Must be the best figures ever, I suppose, in the tournament. That's probably what the question's asking, but I must admit, I ain't sure. That one straight to mid-wicket. Andres Hoos is the man who's out, and he'll be frustrated because they've got a splendid start here, and he only had to watch his mate at the other end and knock the singles around. Anyway, he's picked out mid-wicket, and that's quite an important breakthrough for Multan Sultans. They really needed this.
They needed something to go their way. Short of a length and doesn't lift it enough to get it over mid-wicket. Yeah, the celebration. Andres Gauss, he goes for 9. It's 45 for 1.
Yeah, the pace. Looks like maybe the pace beat him. Got high up on the bat. Wanted to go in that area. Wanted to go over mid-wicket, but just didn't find the middle of the bat. That's what undid him. And David Willey, who I mentioned had gone for 40 in the first game, picks up his first wicket of this HBL PSL.
The very informed Colin Munro. Really a lovely looking batsman when he's in flow, and he's played well so far in the tournament. This pair's partnership was really impressive, actually. Right and left-handed, dovetailing well. And of course, when they do, and there's an elegance to them, it's good to watch.
What a shot. What a way to get going that is. Jordan, he's quick. Yeah. Little legs pounding away. Good man, Chris Jordan. We've had 5 now. It's 47 for 1.
For 1 then, after the first 5 overs. Islamabad United, well, they've started this season's HBL PSL 10th edition, where they finished last year as winners. They look a real good unit.
Does help when your opener is batting like a breeze. We're talking about Sahibzada Farhan, 32 of 19 and some special shots already in this breezy innings.
And you can see the breeze. We've had that big storm, which I think Mark Nicholas told you all about, hailstorm. Now the breeze is there, which is good.
Well, that's pretty decent. That is fantastic hit all the way for 6. 50 comes up for Islamabad United, and Farhan has got 38 out of 53.
Well, in the show earlier on, we talked about his interception points. Look how he goes back. He's trying to get his weight back so then it can get underneath the ball. So he's not coming at it like a Rizwan does or did in that innings against Karachi Kings. So he loads up on that back leg, and then he's able to get underneath it, and it's such a good shot. Really good shot.
Catch it as the call, gets it past the man at mid-off. It'll rush away to the fence. Wow factor. This knock certainly has that wow factor.
And give credit to Bracewell. He's tried to go a little bit fuller because he knows that Farhan wants to go on that back foot. So watch how he just thinks, I'm going to go fuller, flatter. And what does he do? He opens up the face and thinks, well, if I slice this away, I'd be unlucky to pick out mid-off or extra cover. And even though we've had this rain, this will just skid away. So that's good batting, really good batting. It's like he's manipulating the ball to where he wants it to go. A Parkview question, free hit for fans, win a house contest. It's a free hit for fans. View Parkview City Facebook page to answer the question and get a chance to win a house. Against which team did Pakistan play its first ever test match? Ramiz will know that.
Even though I was not part of that team, but I still know it.
Okay. What year was it?
This would have been in the 50s.
You certainly wouldn't have been in that team. You wouldn't have even been born.
Yeah, that's right. Pakistani think tank desperately looking for a batting asset who can ace it, and I think Farhan is absolutely showing them that there is a strong case to be had in him getting into the Pakistan team.
Yeah, he's bossing the Pepsi power play at the moment.
Goes big, effortlessly does it for 4. This is a huge over for Islamabad United. The run rate has galloped to past 10. It's 10.33, 62 for 1.
Comes to the end of Pepsi power play. And one team really is, at the moment, not just dominating this game, as in the Islamabad United, but they are dominating the competition at the moment. They've got a very good unit, set up really nicely by Andres House and Farhan. A little bit of luck, which they've deserved. They've really got rid of House, and some of these last couple of shots from Farhan and Munro were exceptional, and they've really given themselves a base to now push on to that 200.
Yeah, the first 6 overs belonging to Islamabad United, and this man on the screen, Osama Mir, is a wicket taker, leg spinner. He's pretty tall, gets it to bounce. He's got few toys to let us see. Never easy to come and bowl against a guy who's batting so well. On 43, Farhan.
Talked about those interception points. A little bit more aggressive this morning because, or sorry, I should say this evening, than he was the other day, where he sat back.
Osama Mir has been rocking as a bowler since joining Multan Sultans. He has picked up most wickets by a bowler. People still coming in. I think there's this hesitation after the hailstorm whether we'll have a game or not. He's quick through the air. He doesn't flight the ball a great deal. Doesn't have to. He's about 6'3", 6'4". So he's got this natural loop. And he's got strong wrists to go with that natural loop.
Right, sign up and use Pay Pack debit card to avail best discounts in Pakistan.
The Go Lutlo moment, I thought, started very early in the piece when Farhan went after the bowling. Bowls at hard length also.
Yeah, and I know there was a discussion about this man should give it a little bit more air. I think that's absolute nonsense. He doesn't need to do that. Look how tall he is. How tall he is against the umpire here. I don't know if we can get a close on here. That's how tall he is. I know Ehsan Raza isn't the tallest of umpires, and not having a go at that, but he is a tall man. He doesn't need to float it up there because he gets bounce. If you saw that last ball to Colin Munro, he got the bounce, and that's what did him.
Catch it is the call. It's on the bounce to the fielder in the deep, who does well. Iftikhar Ahmed, the fielder, there were 2-3 spins on that ball when it got to him. Just a strike away from a 50.
Maybe what Farhan is thinking now, because of his bounce, he may sit back a little bit and try and cut, pull, or even ramp him.
Smashed for a run. And after 7, it's 65 for 1. Mohammad Hasnan coming on to bowl. He's got pace, but in T20 we know that batsmen like bit of pace. Can he be accurate with pace? 3 men in the ring on the offside. Mid-off is up in the circle, so there is an invite for Sahibzada Farhan. Yeah, he's running hard. He runs well between the wickets, gets a great response from Munro. Excellent running.
Yeah, I thought that was really good from Farhan. He just sat back, got it into the gap and ran 2. Now, fans enjoying the match with Pakistan's own tea brand, some garam garam chai.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after a hailstorm. And there's a bit of breeze and this coolness in the air, why not? Oh, covered the stumps, gets it past the man at fine. It's a half century for Sahibzada Farhan. His stocks are rising all the time. He's been so impressive, announced himself in no uncertain terms in this year's HBL PSL. Yes, he can raise his bat to the gallery because this really has been one top quality innings.
And we talked about it right at the beginning of this HBL PSL. Who is going to be the man who's going to shine and come out for his franchise and set good standards? And this man has, Farhan. That was brilliant from him. Walked across the crease, used the pace and brought up another half century.
There's nothing predetermined about his batting, so he sort of is very stable at the crease and then has got this ability to play through the offside, through the leg side and improvise as well. So his temperament is being checked. He's ticked that box as well.
I'm going to ask you a question in a minute after this ball. Technical question in a minute. Again, he just manipulates it into the gap. My technical question for you, Ramiz, is obviously he's doing well in 2020. I'm looking at the bigger picture. Can he turn himself, and how would he turn himself into a multi-format player?
So it's got to forget about his ability to only shine in T20, because if you want to be a good T20 batsman, for example, your technique has got to be rock solid. So if you are to open for Pakistan in international matches, be the T20 or the Test cricket format or ODI, your technique has got to be sharp. And I think he's got to work just a little bit on his front foot batting, because he stays back mostly. Not a big driver as he's off the back foot. That is massive. That's gone all the way, has it? That's 6 over the rope. What a strike that is. They've been unstoppable, and it's been action right from ball number 1.
Look at the count already, 108 HBL PSL 6s. And what is clever about this, doesn't look to overhit it, does he? Stays deep in his crease. He's not a tall batter, Colin Munro, and there's a big space there, and he uses, what pace is that? Around about 130, 135 kilometers per hour. Lovely bit of timing.
Yeah, 13 from the over, 78 for 1. The charge is in the hands of Farhan once again. 52 is off 32. Yeah, I mean, the timing is absolutely solid. That bat is making a great sound, and you've got to be here to feel that booming sound. Munro, on the other hand, no, it'll be steady. You'll see rotation of strike and 4s and 6s. Have a look at this. Once again, strong back foot play from Farhan.
Go back to last year's HBL PSL. Usman Khan had a fantastic competition and then forced his way into that Pakistani team. When you look at somebody like Farhan now, and he looks exactly the same, that some of these shots, even though he's pushing them for 1, that first ball for me just looks like he's in real good form. What'll be his test is when he leaves here and goes to the Gaddafi Stadium, the National Stadium, Multan, whether he can do it on those surfaces as well, because they are slightly different.
Got to be careful here because he's quick through the air. Osama Mir doesn't appear to be doing a lot, but the ball comes out of his hand with zip and force. That's hit hard. Has it gone the distance? Not to be. It's Iftikhar who spoils the fun for the right-hander. That's such a good catch and a massive wicket for Osama Mir. He was brought into the attack to provide his team with a bit of a breather, and that's more than a breather.
And because of that height we talked about, he gets the bounce, so he rushes Farhan. Look how he just rushes him. He can't get it in the middle. He's trying to get that a little bit squarer. Decent catch on the edge by Iftikhar. Delight for Osama Mir. He knows how big that wicket is. This man in the form of his life. Gone. Farhan for 53. Islamabad United 80 for 2. Just look how it just bounces on him. He's trying to get that squarer because there is a big gap between that deep mid wicket and deep square leg, and all he does, yeah, he's telling you there, I'm trying to get that squarer. Rizwan knows how important that wicket is, because now is the time if Multan Sultans are going to get back into this game, this period right now for them.
Shadab is in. Plays spin well. That could be a reason why he's pushed himself up the order. Yeah, that's accurate stuff. He's not getting the ball to tweak a mile, but he's difficult in a way. He's got this natural loop. He's pretty tall, so takes a little bit of time to adjust to his length, to his drop. And it's mostly been wicket to wicket. That's good bowling. Oh, misfield allows Shadab to get off the mark. After 9, United 81 for 2. That United card is still looking very sharp. 81 for the loss of 2. A lot of batting to come. Haider Ali has been given a position in the playing 11, so he's got to make it count. Salman Eliaga is injured, we believe. Ubaid Shah, 12 matches, 8 wickets. 3 for 27 is best. Brother of Naseem Shah. And treated disdainfully. Doesn't matter if you're brother of Naseem Shah, if it's going to be there, it's going to go.
He's looking for swing, and all he does is really just put it up there. And even though he's really new to the crease here, just look at the length. You can just get your hands through it. And even though there is a cover point out there, you don't really have to do too much. You've made it a little bit easy for him. Got to just get that length back. Top of the bails, really. That's the length you need.
Good pacey first ball, 142.3. He goes again, this time possibly all the way. No, it's a 4. Couple of juicy half volleys to Shadab, and he's absolutely lapping it up.
Yeah, as a batter, you must lick your lips when someone just bowls this sort of length at you at this speed. You don't have to do anything. Couple off the back foot to finish, that'll he'll be saying. Got to just pull his length back. And Rizwan now is thinking, right, okay, let's set this field. He's just getting it right now. So what he's done is he's now got a deep extra cover out there. So he's got a deep point, a deep extra cover on the offside here. Mid-off is up in the circle, and there's a third in place as well. So for me, Ramiz, I don't like that. That's setting a field for bad bowling. And I think what he should say is say to Ubaid, look, okay, your first two balls, they're a bit too full. Just bring your length back. He won't hit you at your pace over extra cover if the length is right.
Couple of important shots from Shadab, because he's letting the opposition know that we are here to boss you, and so the momentum has to be carried forward, and he's done that with a couple of really good shots through the offside. Will he go again? That's shorter in length and only gets a dab for a run. So that's where you want to be, Ubaid.
Right, look your best at this HBL PSL as J-Dot is rewarding the best dressed spectator at every game with a luxurious J-Dot gift hamper.
Is he a man or a robot?
He was standing very still, setting a pose. Trying to think out of all the commentators that are here who would be the best dressed commentator. You'd be up there, Ramiz.
All of us. Why not? Corky? I think Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa is always looking splendid. Absolutely. It even looks good as well.
So, heard of resplendent?
That's the one I meant.
Yeah, resplendent.
That's the one.
Yeah, colourful.
Absolutely.
Full of life, Lisa.
It was actually a mix between super
and lendant
and pleasant. Still trying to find out where that came from, man.
United in their resplendent red.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you'd be in there. Lisa would be in there. I'm trying to think who wouldn't be in there. Bazid Khan's shoes. You've got to just look at his shoes next time. Just keep your eye on Bazid Khan's shoes. I'm not going to say he's best dressed or worst dressed. Just next time you walk past him, just have a look down at his shoes.
Last ball of the 10th. Works it away from off to leg. Is rushing for the first. Only be a single. And so after 10, 92 for 2.
Well, Islamabad United scored 234, and they're looking like they're going to get over that 200 mark once again. So Mamia, first 2 overs, excellent. 1 for 6 off 2. Good afternoon or good evening, Amir.
Good evening, Lisa. Good evening to all, and yet again another good evening for Islamabad United. Started off in a grand fashion, disrupting the plans of opposition captain, putting them under tremendous pressure. And these players, they are so harsh on the bowlers. Yes, the pitch is flat, it's true, but If as a bowler you're not at your best, these batters are ready to take a big chunk out of them. Another boundary.
Well, even if you're not at your best, they'll find a way, won't they? And here's a chance and taken, 𝐄𝐍𝐆. It's not a huge celebration. He propped himself because he was worried about the light. They will double check this. I'm still not sure whether he's happy or not.
Be on standby. TV umpire to director. We have the umpire review for the fair catch. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can I see your first angle for the fair catch? Yes. Keep rolling. Roll it back, please. It's not. Can you give me the? Can you give me the other angle, please? Roll it back. Yes. Okay. Can you zoom it up, please? Yes, please. Roll it back, roll it back. Now roll forward. Yes. Okay. Can you give me the previous one? And zoom that up, please. Yes, can you zoom it up, please? Now roll forward. Yes. Yes. Just freeze it here. I can see. Yes. Just freeze it here. I can see. Ball touch the ground before it gets in hand. Satisfied. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
I think there was enough doubt. 𝐄𝐍𝐆 is disappointed because that slight hesitation has unfortunately cost him. And Colin Munro gets to stay out there.
Yeah, his reaction wasn't convincing. I mean, for a West Indian to take such a good catch, not to celebrate.
Would have been an amazing over for Osama Mir after going for a boundary, picking up a wicket, given the fact that they're going at a run rate of just over 9 and looking like they're going to get over that 200 mark. Wickets are the ones that are going to stop that.
Yeah, somebody has to follow it up, what Osama Mir is doing at the moment. He's bowling economically. He's looking threatening. Another reverse sweep. 100 on the board in the 11th over. This is good going.
You get a sense that these guys realise that this is a team that also scored 200 runs in their first game. So they're going to have to get something rather large. And so the sooner they go, the better. 10 runs off that over. It's 102 for 2. it's that time. It's the Tapal strategic timeout. Well, that's the end of the Tapal strategic timeout. Coaches get a chance to pass on some information, so let's see if the players are able to implement that.
Isn't he enjoying batting at the moment? Everything from the middle of the bat, and what improvisation. Impervious of any danger. Sabzada Farhan at the moment, taking on every bowler, any kind of bowler.
The 2 sixes he hit, and then the boundaries you can see. Looking at literally just backward point to backward square. He's not looking for any cute shots or laps. He's like, I'm powerful enough to firstly find the gap or clear the fielders. A half century after his 100. So he is in imperious form at the moment.
Yeah, he's renowned to use the slightly older ball very efficiently. If his team requires him, now is the time. Desperately looking to break this partnership. Saw the batter jumping out of the crease, changed the line. Good thinking from Jordan.
Well, the 𝐄𝐍𝐆 Bhangra Cam is live. If you see yourself on the big screen, show us your best dance moves and light up the stadium. One lucky dancer will win a 𝐄𝐍𝐆 smartphone. So give us your best. Yeah, interesting. The last game I managed to catch up with Colin Munro, and I said, you get to travel all around the world playing the game you love. you know, what is the HBL PSL? What is the difference between this and other ones? And he said, I come from New Zealand, a country where cricket is supported, but it's not the #1 sport. He goes, there is something about coming to Pakistan and the fans and the hospitality and their love affair of the game. So it just shows you that the players love fans to come in. So make sure that you attend the matches if it's in town. Tomorrow night, Karachi. Got it, and good catch. It was almost like slips catching practice. It was sharp, but Jordan picks up a wicket.
He was brought into the attack to do just that. Once again, a slow delivery. Couldn't place the ball away from the fielder, and Hassan Jordan obliged his captain with this wicket. He has removed the opponent, Captain Shadab Khan, for 14. It's 103 for 3.
Ubaid Shah was the fielder. I would expect that their backyard games of cricket were pretty fierce and the ball would be flying around, especially with all of them bowling pace. Yeah, wasn't that far off from finding the gap. Chris Jordan, a happy man, and so was the skipper, Mohammad Rizwan. Azam Khan scored 16 off 9, 2 big sixes in the last match. And Chris Jordan is going to have to re-bowl that. But he's been able to pick up a wicket in his first over.
Yeah, with this batting lineup as a bowling side, you can't breathe, can you? They've got heavyweights in their lineup. And one of them is out there in the middle. He's garnered himself a huge reputation. Azam Khan.
Quick single, good option. And just to highlight as well, I was mentioning how Multan Sultans scored that 200 runs in Karachi. Out of the 6 games that they've played here at the HBL PSL in Rawalpindi, they have scored over 200 runs on 5 occasions. So it just shows you that they like this surface. They've got happy memories, and there's sometimes, Amir, there's a place when you walk in the ground, you go, yep, well, I'm happy here, I like this ground, I'm going to win here.
Oh, was a chance. The standards he set, Chris Jordan, very high. Yeah, you're talking about affinity, isn't it? Players do develop it. You know, they enter a ground and it gives them confidence. Yes, I'm going to do well. Somehow.
Just could be the seat that you're in the change room. It could be the nice ambience of the ground. Could be anything, really. Normally, success kind of breeds a happy place. Good over so far, just the 4 runs from it. Last ball. Maybe not.
Which one was yours? Where you felt at home? That, okay, I'm going to do well in this ground?
I think there's something to be said about your home ground, isn't it? One that you've gone to as a young boy or girl and fell in love with the game, and then you finally get an opportunity to play on it. So the Sydney Cricket Ground is my home ground. Not a bad one.
I thought you were talking about Village Green. Anyways, you mentioned Sydney Cricket Ground? Okay.
Just going down the leg side. 5 runs off it, 107 for 3. 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇 to bowl his 4th over, 1 for 15. Switch hit again, and over cover it goes. Pitched outside leg, which enabled him to hit so straight.
He has bowled so tight, and so far he's given away a couple of boundaries. That was the second. And to achieve that, the batter had to take a lot of risk. And they were going great guns at the start of the innings. They were scoring at the rate of 10.33. But 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇 has bowled really well. Hence, the run rate has come down to 7.5. He has influenced it, 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇.
Yeah, he certainly has. Scan the QR code and download the 𝐄𝐍𝐆 app and enter the lucky draw. You get a chance to win a motorcycle at every match game. Terms and conditions apply. 𝐿𝐿 app.
And for the batters, this pitch is the app, isn't it? 𝐿𝐿. You get the license.
I just wanted to show you how Colin Munro switches his hands, right? That is the switch it. The reverse sweep is where the hands stay in the original position. So no doubt, young boys, young girls watch the HBL PSL and go, hey, next time they go to their next coaching session, I want to learn how to play the switch it. One of your favourite shots?
It was a crime in our days. It was. You were encouraged to play the ball all along the ground. You know, every day one thing was dinned into your ears. Learn to defend the ball. Learn to leave the ball. Batting has changed. So much improvisation nowadays. Second boundary of the over for the left-hander Munro.
But yet the foundations are still so true, right? Here's an example of it. Colin Munro showing us the innovation previously and now the traditional sweep shot. Good reach out in front to smother the ball, even though it wasn't quite there. And this time, bang! Holy smokes, I can't even see the ball. It is out of there. 16 runs off that over, 123 for 3.
Just hear the sound. Oh. Everybody knew it. Present here at Pindi Cricket Stadium. This is gonna go a long way. Wasn't a great over for 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇. Went for plenty.
KFC is awarding higher education scholarships to deserving students for every 6 hit during the HBL PSL 10. No doubt. Everyone is very happy. First for the 6, and then a little bonus of a scholarship. Thank you. Bird sharp. First over just went for 11 runs. Wonder how many slower deliveries he's going to bowl. One hand off the bat. He's called for it. Trying to track it. Oh dear. Skipper happy with the effort, but he certainly hurt his hand.
He was never balanced, was he, 𝐄𝐍𝐆? Peering over his left shoulder. Couldn't judge the flight of the ball. Could have been a big wicket. Hands nowhere near the ball. Big opportunity missed.
Yeah, but I like the fact that he went straight to the slower ball, 127 kilometres an hour. In their first game, where they lost to Karachi Kings, they only bowled 14.8% slower deliveries compared to the tournament average of 28.6. So it was almost like they're a little bit one-dimensional. So they'll have to learn. It looks like they are. Crowd selfie moment with HBL smartphone. Good to see that everyone is smiling in that photo and they're looking at the camera. That helps. Nice and tight, not allowing Azam Khan to free his arms.
Yeah, in the first over, what 𝐄𝐍𝐆 was looking to do to pitch the ball outside the off stump. He was taken for a couple of boundaries by Shadab, but he has changed his line. He's looking to tuck the batsman with that occasional slow delivery. So far, so good for him.
Good to see the crowd has come in. So much rain earlier on, and you could understand the fact that everyone decided just to stay at home, the roads and the water and traffic. But they have certainly come in. And they do love their cricket here. Just bunted down the ground. Well, plenty of fans here, and they're enjoying the match at the Tapal Tea Lounge. Time for the fans to enjoy Pakistan's own brand Tapal at the lounge. Tapal is the #1 tea brand of Pakistan. He's still not happy with that finger, is he, from that drop catch? Does sting when you don't take him. And the other one is really wrapped up. Good short delivery.
I brought that surprise element for Munro. He was not expecting it. And that ball reared up quite nicely for the fast bowler. Well-directed bouncer.
Older brother looking on. I wonder what their backyard cricket would have been like. All three brothers are bowlers, I hear. So what is it? Mum was the batter or something? She must be amazing.
Must have been. Because these three brothers, they have come a long way. Now one is playing representative cricket. One is representing Pakistan. Happy family. Happy days.
Maybe they just egg them on. Whoever bowls the fastest. 127 for 3. Six bowlers used so far. Osama Mir has bowled out, 1 for 31. David Willey, 1 for 21. So he's still got one left. Bracewell's got one if he wants to go there. Chris Jordan, he's only bowled the one. 1 for 5. He gets an opportunity to bowl his second.
Yeah, surprising for me. Rizwan is reluctant to use Hasnan. Yes, he went for 13s in his opening over.
Well, download the app, www.exchangeon.io, world's first arbitrage crypto exchange. Ball field is out deep and it's straight to 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈. He doesn't make the same mistake. He did not have to move 1 little inch. He gobbled it up and Azam Khan is gone.
It's a relief to see the back of Azam Khan, such a dangerous batter. He can change the course of the game in no time. Couldn't get the elevation on that occasion, Azam Khan. And wicket number 2 for the right-arm fast bowler. What was the contribution from Azam? It's 128 for 4.
Azam Khan hit it straight down 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈's throat. Yeah, disappointment. He has struggled this year, this season. Numbers have dropped in the Caribbean Premier League, the IL T20, and even last year in the HBL PSL. So things are not tracking in the right direction. Haider Ali, he's playing his first game of HBL PSL 10. And guided away nicely.
Yeah, he produced few quality innings in the playoffs in season 9 of HBL PSL. And brought his team back from hopeless situations. And I'm surprised that he's getting the opportunity in the 3rd game. He's a much better player, Haider Ali. Much improved batter.
I guess he came in for Salma Agha, who also did well in the first game. But I guess where would you put him then? So if you had a fully fit team, how would you find a place for him?
Well, there are a few options to have him back into the side, but when you select a side, you have to look into the previous performances. Okay, this guy has been doing well. What we need around him, not somebody who's going to replace him. Well, that arrests development of a player. Remember that.
Ooh, that is a tight leave. But some would say a very good leave. He can't believe that it jagged back that much. And Mohammad Rizwan had to go diving to his left.
A lull period for Islamabad United. Boundaries are coming thick and fast. Multan Sultans finally managed to get control of the game. They have to keep on persisting with right lines and lengths, thinking about picking up wickets.
A great over, given the fact that he went for 48 in the first game. It's 130 for 4.
This has been excellent from the Multan Sultans bowlers to pull this back. 68 for 3 since the Pepsi power play in 9 overs. Ubaid with his 3rd over. And what a shot that is to start. Use the pace, and this flies all the way.
First boundary after 2 overs, and he did bowl a decent last over, Ubaid, but this set up so nicely for the left-hander. He was staying on the back foot, hoping for the length, and he cracked it big, absolutely nailed it.
We look at the overs to go. Jordan got 2, Willie will probably bowl 1. Now, a couple of overs that Islamabad have to target. Goes in the air, doesn't get the distance, and it's taken. David Willey in the deep, huge wicket. Monroe, who was going well, he's gone.
Yeah, 2 runs shy of a 50. They wanted a 6 and just didn't have it in the middle of the bat. Skied up in the air. The catching generally has been good, except for one drop by Ubaid on his bowling himself. So this must feel sweet. 48 of 25 played a fantastic innings. It's 136 for 5.
It's that back of a length, and he's trying to get that, I think, straight, and all he does is get bottom edge. David Willey is never going to drop them. Good innings again, though, from the experienced Colin Munro, 48 from 25. But you just sense that the Multan Sultans have just got something going here. Jason Holder in at number 7. Jason Holder is a good all-rounder. Already shown what he can do with the ball. Player of the match in that opening game against the Lahore Qalandars. Close. Looks like it's going down. My first look at that. That's missing leg stump. Rizwan is excited.
It's quick through the air. Rizwan there trying to convince the bowler that probably going down the leg side, that delivery. But he's got a lovely action, Ubaid. And the ball darted back and would have gone on to miss the stumps down the leg side. Can be a difficult ball to handle for any newcomer, especially if you're 6'7", 6'8". That fuller length, Yorker length can be difficult to judge.
Just Islamabad dugout, not as comfortable now as they were 5-6 overs ago. Multan Sultans have come back into the game big time. You know that is a difficult ground this is to defend scores. And now this wicket has dented Islamabad United Monroe was going really well. Maybe into the pitch is the way to go. Maybe it's not as flat as it seems. Whatever it is, Multan Sultans are definitely back in the game.
That's good as well from Ubaid, who, let's be honest, early on in his spell was bowling far too full. And what he's done really well since then, Ramiz, is his length is right, and he's also now taking pace off.
Absolutely, yes, variations, pace and variations, inject solar energy. Trusted by a nation for over 15 years. Pakistan's #1 solar brand, clearly. That's why he's on HBL PSL.
Yeah, look at that speed up there. He's got it, as we say, a yard at 143. And that's good that he can slow it down as well. Just take pace off, little cutters. That is the length. You'd be happy if you're bowling in the final 5 overs. You're happy for it to give away a singular ball. End of the 16th, 138 for 5. Multan Sultans have really pulled this back since getting Farhan out in the 9th over. They have dominated with the ball. Jordan has led that with his 2 for 8 from his first 2 overs.
Heather Ali can make the difference because he's a basher, he's a go-getter. Has this great ability to hit 4s and 6s and ideally suited for this part of the innings. Jazz Fan Pulse question. Here's the question: which team chased the highest total in HBL PSL? Sultans, Gladiators, Kings, or the United?
I know that one. Get involved. So many things you can get involved in this. Well, it's every HBL PSL, but especially this one. Cars, motorcycles, mobile phones, homes. What a quick single. So get involved. Now a little wild throw from Rizwan. What is he doing?
I was just admiring the fact that only 7 extras have been conceded by Multan Sultans in this innings, and that was pretty needless actually. Rizwan usually is not a hyper character.
We have an umpire review for run out.
They've gone for a review.
Non-striker end. Can I see that side of the angle, please? It's bat grounded before spills off. Satisfied, ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Well, quite a simple decision. It's not like he hasn't got long arms, has he, Jason Holder? A little clip towards that leg side, should just be 1. Again, good from Jordan. Don't give away an early boundary, Baz.
Yeah, obviously it's just the second match for Multan Sultans, but you go back to that first game, the overseas pros in the fast bowling didn't have a great day. Neither did Willie nor did Jordan. Today they've turned up, they've been brilliant. Jordan has been excellent. We know what he can do with the old ball or in the death overs. Willie too, 3 overs for 21. So at the moment, Multan Sultans will be happy where the game is at.
Now then, that's in the slot. And Hyder Ali, as you said, Ramiz, is a powerful player.
He certainly is. And he needs to prove a point as well, because he's been in and out of the side at the national level, here at HBL PSL level. And so here is his big opportunity. Shuffled and hit it straight. That is such a good shot. And I don't think it's such a placid track as well. I think there is something in this track for spinners and for pace. So if United can get closer to 200, it'll be absolutely magical stuff, because they need a lot of 4s and 6s to get there.
They'll take them as well. It's that length delivery. It's edged away, and it's 150 up for Islamabad.
Back-to-back boundaries, and that's what Islamabad United require. They're a side which back deep, a side which pride themselves on being aggressive from ball 1 to ball 120. At the moment, these boundaries coming thick and fast. This is what Islamabad United require. Still have Imad Wasim, Shahzad, who's a pretty handy batter as well, got 100 in a first-class game, final in fact. So they've got batting to come.
Cut away and gets it through. An important over for Islamabad United, 154 for 5.
That was pretty ordinary. At point, off-cutter attempted, ball came back, but still had enough pace for the right-hander really to play that cut shot. Mohammad Usman there, the keeper, was fielding, let himself down, and the bowler.
"16 runs from that last Chris Jordan over. It just gives them that little bit of a momentum going into these last 18 deliveries. Just lost their way in that middle section. They lost wickets. You have to give credit to the Multan Sultans bowlers. Started to bowl better lengths, better lines, to pace off. Ubaid now with his final over, 1 for 23. That's okay.
Yeah, they need to have Holder in there, Multan Sultans, because he's not looked threatening at all. It's a free hit for fans. Visit Parkview City Facebook page to answer the question and get a chance to win a house at the end of the league. Also win mobile phones daily. Plenty of goodies for you to target. I think Jason Holder really will have to cut loose. 6 balls for just 5 runs at this stage of the innings is just too heavy a burden to carry.
In that pace. Now, can they pick up 2? Looks like they're just happy with 1. But at the moment, I like this from Ubaid. What he's saying is, I've got pace, I'm going to bowl back of a length, and if you pull me towards that leg side, then it's a good shot.
It's a very talented fast bowling family. Naseem Shah can bowl quick, and have a look at his younger sibling Ubaid Shah, 144, 142, lovely bowling action, and he's holding his own in a pressure situation. He's showing great bit of temperament.
That's the only problem. If you give quality batters and all-rounders a little bit of width, you'll put it away comfortably.
The length's the same, but it's just been hammered through the offside because of the little bit of space provided. Just slightly outside off stump. And Holder, as we know, is a proper batter. Gives himself the chance with getting deep into the crease.
That'll relax him also, because he's going nowhere with that pace, and certainly a boundary comes his way.
High in the air, it is that length. I think he's going to get away with it. It is. But it's a better line. You could see it from that side on how deep Jason Holder has been because of the pace.
He followed the batsman, so that's good from 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇. Once again, just falling through with pace. He's way back in the crease, wanting to create his own length, probably. Hit him high on the splice. It had pace and a little bit of bounce also. Very good comeback from Ubaid.
Yeah, this is his natural length. Normally he just bowls back of a length, hits the pitch hard.
Hyder Ali goes across and he picks out that deep square leg. And that is okay.
The first over he floated the ball up, did Ubaid. Second over, Rizwan went up to him and said, look, just bowl short of a length like you do. Don't try and bowl full. And once he's done that, he's had better results. That is his length, where he comes in and hits the pitch as hard as he can.
6 dots in his 3.5 overs, 1 for 31.
Yeah, and he went for 11 off his first over, so he's done really well. 8 off the first 2 balls as well. Shadab Khan, who hit him over extra cover a couple of times. So his last ball, width again, and it's slapped back over his head. Has he got enough of it? You bet he has. A maximum to finish the over. 18 are done, and Islamabad United 168 for 5.
Well, the batting pace and strike rate is up. Attempted another slow ball and taking a lot of risk, but this was really extremely well timed. To hit a straight 6 of a slow ball, parking a length slow ball into the crowds was pretty special from Jason Holder, and he could do that because he's pretty tall, strong, and read the length early. The momentum once again with United now.
Last 2 overs, 30 runs. And that partnership, 32 from 16. And they are trying to get themselves as close to 200 as possible. Hasnain. On that back of a length. Should look for 2. Yeah, comfortable.
J. Dot, official styling partner at the HBL PSL. Trying to make everybody look stylish. Even Koki, he's got his work cut out, hasn't he?
Or even resplendent.
Correct.
So even made Ramiz smile, that did. Length delivery and hammered into the crowd. It's a maximum from Hyder Ali.
Why would you be trying a slow ball and bowling the length? It has to be a slow bouncer or a wider angle Yorker. And we know that Hyder Ali can smack them, absolutely smack them over mid-wicket. Covered the stumps and whacked it.
My one bugbear, Ramiz Raja, is why change things when they are working? Length with pace on straight. You tell me, there obviously is batters in the world who will hit you out the park. Why take pace off? Surely it's easier for a batter to hit a slower length delivery. High in the air. High in the air. Jordan is underneath it, down. Something you don't see. He's run all the way from long on to nearly mid-off to take that catch.
And everyone else stopped because they knew that if anyone could catch that, this was Jordan.
and he ran aggressively. It was always going to be a tough one, but we've seen him to take some tough ones. They just paused a little bit, steadied himself, and then got it wrong in the end. Yeah, but an extremely good try nevertheless.
Yeah, Shehope at long off. He's quite wide, but maybe he could have run in a little.
Yeah, it certainly probably should have been a Shehope catch. But look at that. The pace was 140 kilometers per hour, went straight in the air. Pace on again, it's okay. It'll probably be a wide, but at least he's making it a bit more difficult.
It is the 19th over, and an interesting choice from Rizwan to bring back Hasnain. Hasnain had just bowled 1 over for 13. He's still got an over from Willie. He's still got an over from Jordan. So one of those, obviously Jordan might bowl the 4th over or the 20th over, but Willie will just bowl 3. Interesting that Hasnain has been entrusted with this 19th over.
Yeah, you're right. It's okay. That is okay. He's looking at square leg. That is fine.
He's got to go flat out because he can be speedy, pacey, whatever you want to call it. 140.7. Hit the hard length and the ball took off. Maybe Rizwan wants him to bowl this length and this pace all the time. Forget about the slower ones. He's really not cut out for slow deliveries. The Yorker length or the hard length is the way to go at pace.
Just the way now in 2020 bowlers are told to change it up. Change it up. I don't agree at times. Okay, you're going to get hit for 6 now and again. That has gone massive. And maybe that's why they say it. Well, that is a huge 6 from Hyder Ali.
Well, he was expecting this, sat back and hit it a mile away. Really was a gigantic 6. There you see him covering the stumps and maybe an off-cutter attempted. Once again, it wasn't a hard, speedy length. It was kind of a slow ball, the in-between speedy ball that did 82 meters.
You're 17 off, a delivery to go. 47 of the last 17 deliveries. Islamabad United have turned it on. Last delivery of the 19th.
Full and hammered out towards cover, should be taken, is taken. Good catch from Bracewell. Decent innings from Hyder Ali comes to the end. And Hasnain has his first wicket.
Yeah, it took a serious bit of battering, Hasnain. 1 for 30 of his 2 overs. Slicing it, wanted a 6. Just didn't have enough elevation or strength to get it past Bracewell. Took a good catch. Some hearts were broken because Hyder Ali was going so well. They needed him to play another 6 balls. 33 of 16, 185 for 6.
Yeah, wide delivery. And that's why he couldn't get enough through the offside. Ended up just slicing underneath it. It's a good catch. Good end to the over, but an expensive one. Now we're into the final over. Last 3 overs, 47 runs. But this is the 20th over. Naseem Shah walks in. It's a bit of a surprise. Imad Wasim comes above Imad Wasim and Shahzad. Does Naseem Shah. Slow one into the crowd. Stand and deliver. That is maximum at his finest.
Finding his mojo. Holder has absolutely clubbed it. Once again, ball at 125.2 clicks. I mean, you'd be bowling a Yorker or a slow bouncer at that pace rather than a length ball. Saw it early and hit it for a 6.
Yeah, it's really the ball that Jason Holder wants is that. And it's very rare that you'll see that about Chris Jordan. You're right. It's easy to sit here and me to criticise. It's not easy when you're in that sort of situation. But for me, I just don't see enough Yorkers at times. And like you say, even pace on bouncers. So, under pressure straight away, Jordan. Hammered down the ground. Can he cut it off? No. What a start to this last over. This is 6-4. They're closing in on 200.
Oh, it's been better than that, Jordan. We've seen him really to surprise the batsman with extra bit of sharp pace, but not today, not tonight. Once again, trying a slow ball. Maybe it wasn't a slow ball, but in the slot. And the tall right-hander Holder using the crease, went back and hammered it.
So languid when he hits it, so fluid with his bat swing. This time the Yorker worked away leg side, there is protection. So Naseem Shah will get on strike.
Scan the QR code and download the Go Loop Low app and enter into a lucky draw and get a chance to win a motorcycle at every match game. Terms and conditions apply. That's the Go Loop Low app. There it is. Some power in that.
Islamabad United have fought back so well to now be striking at over 10, run rate 10.05.
Well, we were perhaps surprised that Naseem Shah came in front of Imad Wasim. Well, I'm surprised.
He probably raced out to the centre and beat him to it because he loves his batting, does Naseem Shah. And also, he does think of himself as quite an all-rounder. Anyways, back to Jason Holder.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I just think he's a left-hander, Imad Wasim, so you've got left-hand, right-hand combinations. Never something as a bowler you like at the end. You just want to stick to bowling at right-handers. Right, Holder back on strike. And a shot away here on bringing Islamabad United up to another 200. Full sliced out towards that extra cover, and what a way to bring up the 200. Brilliant from Holder. 3 4s and 2 6s in this innings so far.
Hallmark of a good side because they were struggling, they were down, and it appeared almost impossible to get around 200, but they've gone past 200. Last 50 has come off 18 balls. He's on 31 of 13 after a slow start. He's absolutely galloped.
Right, last ball. Holder 31 from 13. Strike rate of 238. Finally a Yorker. They'll have to go 2, surely. No, Holder saying we're happy with 1. So the end of the innings for Islamabad United. Last over's gone for 17 and they finish on 202 for 6.
I think it's a massive score because this didn't appear like a 200 strip, even though Shadab felt that it's going to be a higher scoring contest. Multan Sultans will have to bat well right throughout from number 1 to number 11. Jason Holder holding his own, 32 of 14, massacred the bowling in the last 4 overs or so.
Multan Sultans in the middle overs came back, but final 4 going for 64. Started off with Farhan batting beautifully, almost like he did the day before. He got to 53 and out. Munro was the danger man. He got 48, but the cameos in the end. 33 from 16, Heather Ali and Holder right at the very end. 14 deliveries, 32. 8 extras, and Islamabad United reached 202 for 6 after 20. Partnerships up top 45, then a 35-run partnership, then 23, The Azam Khan and Monroe partnership, 25 of 19, just things starting to fall away a little bit. But then Haider Ali and Holder, 49 of 23, and then Naseem and Holder, 17 of just 6.
Difficult start for the Multan Sultans opening bowlers. They pegged it back really well. Osama Mir 1 for 31. Ubaid with 1 for 37, having conceded 11 off his first over, and 2 wickets for Jordan. Right, let's get down for some reaction pitch side with Zainab.
Have managed to make 202 for 6 in their 20 overs. Chris Jordan is here next to me. Chris, got a couple of wickets at the start, but overall, what do you make of the conditions?
I think the wickets obviously a little bit too paced, if we're honest with ourselves. Maybe gave them 10-15 runs too many, but obviously the outfield's still fast, and it's still a good enough wicket that you can play your shots, as you saw there from the back end from their players.
Now, you lost the last game against Karachi. Mohammad Rizwan scored 100 in that, of course. But overall, Multan Sultans, we've seen, has just generally done well in the HBL PSL. What's the mood in the camp been like coming into this one?
The mood's been good. Obviously, when you start a new season, you have to start from fresh, so the past is the past. We've obviously signed a few new players, and we're just taking a little bit of time to gel together. But as we know, it's a long tournament, and if we can get over the line tonight, we can get our tournament up and running.
You yourself are also an HBL PSL veteran. You've played for, what, 3 franchises now in the HBL PSL. I asked this question to Riley as well. What makes you keep coming back to PSL?
I think it's everything, really. It's the culture, it's the fans. You can hear them cheering for both sides tonight. The conditions as well. So, yeah, I really enjoyed the tournament, and, yeah, long may it continue.
Thoughts on total then, 202?
Yeah, as I said, I think we probably gave them 10-15 runs too many, but I think we can make it up with the bat. We obviously bat quite deep, and if we want to win tonight, we'll have to chase it down. All right, go well, good luck. Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, honesty from Chris Jordan. You'll get that. A little bit expensive by him. So, Islamabad United have set the target, 202 for 6. It'll mean after the break, the Multan Sultans will have to chase 203.
It's Islamabad United versus Multan Sultans. Multan Sultans won the toss and elected to field first, and that was the reply from Islamabad United. Enjoying good run of form with the bat. Mustered 202 runs for the loss of 6 wickets from their allotted 20 overs. Pick up the batters once again. Sahibzada Farhan really batted well up the order, and it was hard work for the bowlers. Yes, they enjoy a bit of fortune, but leak plenty of runs. So that's the target for Multan Sultans. They require 203 runs to win from 120 deliveries.
Yeah, this will take some winning. Their suspicion is that I think Chris Jordan summed it up, the pitch is a bit too paced. I know that isn't necessarily game-changing, but the confidence with which Islamabad United are playing is certainly going to set them up well in defence of the score. And Multan, I think, need a good start. I think that is such a cliche in sport, but I do think in losing wickets in the power play, you sort of change the way that a 2020 team's batting balance is constructed, and people who are specifically chosen for, say, middle order roles or finishing roles are differently challenged. So I don't think this is an easy chase by any means, even though it is a high-scoring ground. And of course, Multan have made a lot of runs here. I think 3 scores of 200, 5 scores of 200. So they're in 6 innings, so they're very comfortable batting here. It'd be really interesting, I think, the next hour and a half.
Yeah, the challenge for Multan Sultans is going to be not to lose many wickets in the power play. They do not have to go berserk. They have to win phases of the game. If they are around 40 without loss in PSL, they'll hold them in a good stead to chase this down. And this man in the picture holding the key for Islamabad United. He's got a knack of picking up wickets, and at the right time, Imad Wasim.
Wasim Shah bowls with a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm, and a little skill. So, Mohammad Rizwan and Shai Hope. I always think, I hate to bring the commentator's curse, but I always think Shai Hope is one of the best players in the world to watch. I think I like watching him as much as I like watching Babar Azam and a few others like that too. Very good player, very well organised player, but I wouldn't say he's a fulfilled player. Made 200s in a test match in England once at Leeds right at the start of his career, and you imagined he'd go on to become the next West Indian great. It didn't quite happened like that, but certainly in 50 over cricket he's been a story. Anyway, we're ready to go with Rizwan on strike. Wasim Shah's going to bowl with a slip 4 in the cover ring, third man's back. Pretty orthodox starting field, actually. Short fine leg mid on and square leg just behind square and back on the fence, sweeping up down there. Nice buzz in the crowd, which is more than half full after all the power of the rain late afternoon. We didn't think we'd necessarily get any cricket tonight, so it's great that there are people here and buzzing. Here we go. Certainly one. Do they? No, I think there's going to be dangerous to press for 2 here. Good fielding, good judgment by the batsman.
You feel like whenever Mohammad Rizwan is out in the middle, he's a pocket rocket. It's almost like he's got ants in his pants. He's running around, he's moving, he's he's always busy around the crease. He's always looking for that extra run.
Out! No! Oh, he dropped it. Oh my goodness me, he dropped it. Imad Wasim, I think he was just shocked by it. Of course, you're slightly blinded, aren't you, when a batsman's playing for... Oh, actually, he's down the leg side. He's not that blinded. Oh, we got to catch it. Got to catch it.
Did he even get a hand on it? I think it hit him straight in the chest, yeah.
I fear so.
And then he tried to close his knees and catch it with his knees. Yeah, unfortunately. He can't believe it, yeah. Big miss.
Yeah, the hands kept on going towards the ball. That's where he faltered. Should have taken it.
That's good fielding too. If Geoffrey Boycott had been commentating on that drop catch, he'd have said, yeah, that's rubbish, is that? My mum would have caught it in a penny.
And then everyone would go, sorry, what?
Yeah, what's a penny? And who's his mum? A penny's like an apron.
See, I had no idea.
Oh, well, you're not from Yorkshire. Oh, high. Not necessarily catchable. Oh, it's a good stop, actually. Really good stop. Gee, that ball came down with ice on it.
At the moment, Rizwan connected that ball. He looked away. He was not convinced that the ball is going to sail over the boundary line. In fact, he thought he might have to walk back to the pavilion. Now, luck in his favor.
Well, it was pretty poor running not to get two for it. It means that 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇 will face. Oh, that one's out. Whoa! Flew off the blade. And this time the fielder was alert to it.
Now he has really bowled well with the new ball, Naseem Shah. He's been hitting the right areas. He's been getting the ball to bobble in the air and off the surface. Slice the ball straight to the fielder. And that is the danger of playing away from the body. And to pay the price, but jubilant Islamabad United to see his bag. 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇 walks back for one. 3 for 1 Multan Sultans. Yeah, he tried to reach for the ball. Hence, he wasn't in control, but Shahzada Farhan was. Held it easily.
Usman Khan has made a couple of hundreds here in 2 innings, so he's thrilled to be back, I'm sure. Mind you, he's a bit of heat out there now with a very buzzy United side. Jeez. Finger-tipper for the big fella.
A ball this bouncer with searing pace. Right up. End of a successful over from Naseem Shah, 7 for 1.
just kept going up and away. Just couldn't find the hang time that was required.
Riley Meredith plays for Hobart Hurricanes in Tasmania. A really sort of efficient, tidy cricketer, a bit taller than he looks. Hits the bat quite hard. Good start getting the ball into the surface and not letting Rizwan have an easy drive.
So this was Mohammad Rizwan. He thought he was out. He was just walking and then realised, oh, hang on, here's a chance. It wasn't even at the non-strikers end. And then the very next delivery, 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈 gets out. I actually think that's a little bit of Mohammad Rizwan's fault as well.
Yeah, more than a little bit. Shouldn't have been facing, really, 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈, I should say. There it is. Use Jazz Cash to recharge more and more load or packages of Jazz or any other network, and you can get to win an electric SUV. That's what I mean about hitting the bat hard. You know, these medium pacers that their speed won't tell you that they're bowling that quick. He's 135, but when it hits the bat, and particularly the splice, it kind of jars the bottom hand and you feel more rushed than you think you ought to be.
And then the extra bounce. It brings a bit of botheration for the batters as well.
Pakistan had a good example of that, actually, years and years ago, even before your time, I think. Sarfraz Nawaz, who didn't, the ball through the air didn't go at pace, but it hit the bat really hard, you know, and he got that bounce. He had height and could move it around. He was a magnificent bowler. Some swing there for Meredith, now that he has got one up a bit.
Well, you can see as it went past the batter, it hit Azam Khan's hands quickly, hard. It was almost like it took off even more. And that's what I guess you get here at the Pindi track.
And then we think it's a double pace wicket.
Good shooting. Well, the replay will show you the footwork. That's what that shot's all about. Pretty darn good effort in the field. That's much more like it. But the footwork there is really clever.
Well, he had to do so much to manufacture that stroke. Managed to find that gap. Usman on that occasion, good effort. Good commitment shown by the fielder. Haider Ali was the fielder. He was absolutely brilliant with the bat and giving everything in the field.
Shut Up Khan has had a long chat to Riley Meredith. all the time that those replays have been going on, they've been talking, so there's a change in the field, or certainly a signal for something, or they want him to go finer. Are you going to pitch it up, see if it swings again? No, definitely not. Two gone in the Pepsi power play. It's 11 for 1. Oh, it's another good shot over the offside. That seemed to be his way. So he does it by getting back and across, so he's deep in the crease, and then getting his left side out of the way. And he does that probably because if the ball is straighter, he can hit it leg side. It gives him 180 degrees to play with in front of the wicket. Interesting technique. I don't think I've seen someone go so deep in the crease, so far back onto his stumps before getting his left side out of the way. Normally the players that get their left side out of the way are coming forward with that left foot. Interesting.
Yeah, furthering your point about Usman, how deep he goes into the crease.
He may need to do it against Naseem Shah, because look at the lengths he's bowling and the pace that he's able to express. That was his first over. But oh dear, he's overstepped the mark.
I don't know if you can pick up that noise on TV. It's like a horn going, and it's telling the umpire that he's overstepped. It's a no ball, so we now have a free hit. They can change the field here because the batsman crossed. So what have we got? Slips out, mid-wicket's in, but only two back. And given where they are, you'd think this ball will be back of a length. I don't think he can pitch it up. They've got third man behind square, square leg behind square. He does pitch it up, and hits it straight at the third man. Love it. Couldn't have worked better for Naseem Shah.
Yeah, this innings hasn't gained momentum. Now it has to be Rizwan who is required to take few risks here. Calculated risks.
Nicely placed, certainly worth two. I would think three if they go. No, they're going to settle for the two.
When you're chasing a total of 203, you really want to find a way of getting out of the blocks quickly. Mohammad Rizwan is still there, but he's only faced 5 deliveries. So he hasn't been able to spend a lot of the time almost, what's the word I'm looking for, Mark? You're good with words.
I know, what are you saying?
Yeah, don't worry, forget it.
Give me a clue, I need a clue here. That's huge. He's picked it up on length and he's deposited it miles back. That is not the place to bowl to this fellow.
It was the line, wasn't it? For the first time he erred with that. And Rizwan was itching to find a boundary. took the full toll of that delivery for a 6. This format is cutthroat for the bowlers, we all know that, but at the same time for the openers as well. They have to deal with so many issues. You cannot afford to slob around.
KFC is awarding higher education scholarships to deserving students for every 6 hit. We've just had one in HBL PSL. Good initiative, good shot. He's going to be cross with that. Smoked it straight to the fielder.
I've realised the word I was trying to say, farm the strike. So if he keeps farming the strike, he's going to be able to hit those 6s and more scholarships. Everyone wins.
And what was it that suddenly dawned farm upon you?
I don't know, it just took a moment.
It's fine batting. You know, just to wait your moment and get away from the ball. There's no doubt his method is effective. It's, what is it now? 28 for 1.
Yeah, if somebody's sitting on the back foot as a bowler, you have to realize that. And you have to further your length. That was a gift for Usman. Like hitting the ball off the back foot.
It's something I hadn't really ever thought about before, but this format of the game and the strokes that are played now, you do see the ball hit at the top of its bounce a lot more than you ever used to in the game.
Batting has evolved, without any doubt.
Yes, it's approved from an attacking point of view, and probably dropped his standard a bit from a, well, not probably, I'd say it has dropped his standard a bit if we're only talking defence, but of course defence is not that relevant in this point. Now the no ball, and Holder must have sensed it, because he was looking anxious as he walked back to his mark and looking at his stride pattern, and so he's now got to bowl one of these deadly balls that you've got nothing to gain really other than dodge the bullet. So he's a difficult man to bowl it at. Mohammad Rizwan versus Jason Holder on a free hit. And Holder wins it. Well bowled. Number 21 on our list, BYD, leading the world in new energy vehicles. BYD giving away BYD Seal. That's what that is, that car. It's prize to the player of the tournament. Stay tuned.
He's been very effective, Jason Holder, with the ball. Tonight, he showed his batting prowess as well. Likes tucking the batters. Doesn't allow them any freedom to swing the bat.
If you're tuning in from places around the world, and hopefully you are, it's past 11 o'clock at night. We didn't get underway till 8:45 because of heavy rain around 5-6 o'clock. But incredibly, the ground dried. So bad was the rain that there were massive puddles, huge hailstones, and I mean huge. Lisa tried to tell me that the hailstones were the size of cricket balls. Going to go with golf balls, but they were big. And it's past 11 o'clock, and we've a lot of cricket left in this match.
Yeah, look, it wasn't in Rawalpindi, it was in Islamabad. And I'm basing my information off fellow commentators who've shared photos and descriptions. Just passing on the information. So I hope everyone is okay in Islamabad, and not too much damage.
Been knocked over by a bouncer.
Seriously, they were pretty big.
They were big. But anyway, the great thing was the ground staff here did a good job. The drainage on this ground is excellent, and the consequence is we've got a full match, 20 overs per side, and a good match, I suspect. Yep, 4 there for Mohammad Rizwan. Chases on. Remember, 203 to win it tonight. They're 35 for 1. We're coming to the end of the 4th over.
Yeah, he was waiting for that length. He was waiting for that length. Just pulled his upper body back and just guided the ball. Minimum of effort and a good result for Mohammad Rizwan once again.
Four have gone now, and it's 36 for 1.
Well, this is the 3rd or 4th ball of the previous over. There was no appeal. Oh dear. It must have been very faint. I wonder if that's gone up on the big screen and he's just noticed.
Well, that's over the boundary and over the super stopper and over the ground staff and into the railings.
Well, everybody heard sound of the bat on that occasion. Good connection for Usman. He likes that length, doesn't he? Every time he's been served with a short pitch delivery, he had an answer.
Well, he's taking this opportunity, isn't he? Should have been out in previous over. Now he's been able to land a big blow, big punch.
And there's a reminder of the edge that wasn't. Well, was, but wasn't. I suppose. There's the keeper who simply didn't hear it, neither did the bowler.
Well, the decibels are so high out there in the middle. Now that was a thin edge. Yeah, we surprised him, didn't we?
Well, that's a beauty. That's the shot of the day for me. That's magnificent. Wowza.
What I like about this shot, the bowler followed him, tried to cramp him up for room, but still he was able to get a good piece of bat onto it. Again, just clearing that front leg and the back leg going outside leg. Riley Meredith is bowling just under 140 kilometres an hour, and he still was able to get himself into a good position.
Very high-octane cricket at the moment. 50 comes up. We're at the end of the 5th over of the Pepsi power play. 50 on the board. Another over to come in that power play. The current rate is 10.3 and over. Wow. And look at this. The J. Super over, where this contestant tried to hit the stumps and succeeded.
Well, Shadab is actually hoping, Islamabad United's captain, that this happens out there in the middle. Is somebody knocking back the stumps?
Another thunderous shot. The white ball is flying tonight. 54 for 1.
Really still at point of impact on the front foot, didn't bounce high enough and put it away handsomely as well.
.50 partnership is up then, and the run chase is well and truly on. Usman Khan, remember, has 2 centuries on this ground in 2 innings, and at the moment he's off and running. 23 from 16. Rizwan trying to follow up his last innings at 100 against Karachi. In a losing game, Bazid Khan. Imad Wasim then didn't take the new ball this time. Remember, Pepsi power play. Lovely shots. Bisects the field. It's another boundary.
And this will be the challenge. Imad Wasim will get the ball to come back in, but we know that Usman Khan is so good against spin, especially through that point area. He'll be looking for that cut shot. And this time he nails it. Multan Sultans are well in this. They're actually in front of the game right now.
And Usman Khan likes this matchup against Imad Wasim as well. Strike rate against him, 156. That's all right. Good from Imad Wasim. A little bit flatter, a little bit straighter.
Well, you either try and cut him or try and go over extra cover. This is too short, and this is thumped away. He's so far back in his crease. He's giving himself room, setting himself up for the cut shot. But with the length provided, he's able to thump it away leg side.
Against Karachi in the power play, the Pepsi power play, I should say, they were 63 for 1, so consistent. Right about that, went deep in the crease. Now problems for Imad. Cut in the air, should be taken, is taken. Meredith with the catch. And even though the matchup favoured Usman Khan, it's the experience of Imad Wasim, and the partnership is broken.
Yeah, this was always going to be the risk. The cut shot with Imad Wasim. This one quite close to him and followed him. A little bit of extra bounce and no control with the shot. It is his strength, Usman Khan's, but it is his downfall this time too. Usman Khan 31, 62 for 2.
Trying to open up that offside, and it just maybe just fell away and just got a little bit of a top edge. He's trying to get it up and over. He's a tall fielder, Meredith. Simple catch in the end, and a much-needed wicket for the 2024 champions, Islamabad United. Ghulam then in at number 4. Just one ball left in the Pepsi power play.
A very good play of spin. Just one delivery from Imad Wasim in the Pepsi power play left. Goes back defense. So Imad Wasim with the wicket, 8 off that over. Power play done, 62 for 2. There's been all action in the Pepsi power play. Catch dropped, it should have been taken, went straight to him. And then the catch taken at point. And a massive hit from Rizwan. That one top edge, but went all the way. Usman Khan was looking as if he's got into that zone. It just fell away with the cut shot. And Imad Wasim picks him up.
Even Stevens then between these two teams at the moment. Multan Sultans with just losing one more wicket in the Pepsi power play. They are the comparisons. They still need another 141. Captain into the attack then, Shadab Khan. Decent economy, best of 5 for 28. Because we're outside now of that Pepsi power play, which the umpire will signal right now for you, it means that he only has to keep 4 fielders in the inner circle. 2 behind square, 1 at short fine, and 1 at extra cover. Decent pace to start, skidded through.
He's bowled decently in the couple of matches that Islamabad United have played. Now this is a very important spell, especially with the matchup against Rizwan. If he can get through his 4 overs, not conceding a lot, then United are well on their way. On the other hand, if Multan Sultans actually put pressure on Shadab, then there is problems.
Just getting himself ready then, Cameron. Ghulam pulled away. That's well bowled. And it will bring Rizwan on strike. Fans enjoying the match with Pakistan's own tea brand, some garam garam chai. And this is an interesting matchup. You're going to tell me about this matchup, aren't you?
Short and wide, just a single, but Mohammad Rizwan against Shadab in the HBL PSL. He's been out 4 times, so this is the matchup, captain versus captain.
And on the back of what happened in Karachi with his 100, I know they lost the game, but at least they got themselves to a total. It was taken away from an excellent century from James Vince. All short ball. That is a pie. Help yourself. Gets away with it. Even if he concedes 2, that should have been put away. I think he knows that as well. He's disappointed with the fielder, Shadab, but think about where it should have gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Should have gone out off the park, really. So short. Anyway, just 5 off the first 5 deliveries. Can Shadab close this over out? Well, yes, he can with a dot ball. So a very good over for Islamabad United. 67 for 2.
Go,
Well, they're involved in a close game in their opening game, Multan. And at the moment, even though they've lost a couple of wickets, they're in a position, if they can put a partnership together here, get themselves into that 120 for 2, all of a sudden, then it becomes easier. Nice shot, leg side, he won't catch that. And keep your eye out on Nazim Shah. With that dive off that previous delivery from Shadab Khan, he held his left knee.
Yeah, very good sweep shot, tapped it on his head so that it went fine. Very much in control. That is his go-to shot, and he's got plenty of variations with it, Rizwan.
Now push 2, that should be the call. Push 2, yes, good. Not all about boundaries and sixes.
Might not be about boundaries and sixes, but it is about the 𝐄𝐍𝐆 Bhangra Cam. Go. Yeah, you go, man. Plenty of energy there. He's got that smartphone because of that energy. Anyway, right now, the middle overs. That's the single. The middle overs is where Islamabad United stuttered a bit. Here's where Multan Sultans can really catch up.
Yeah, some good shots here, you'll see them. Push them back, consistency in line and length, and then the wicket. Yeah, just remember with that 𝐄𝐍𝐆 Bhangra Cam that you can, one lucky dancer will win a 𝐄𝐍𝐆 smartphone. Keep your eye out on the big screen. Still not a bad over, you don't mind. After conceding the boundary off the first delivery, required rate is what, just over 10s. Lovely evening. Lovely evening after what we did have a little bit earlier in the afternoon, a big thunderstorm and hailstorm.
Now what Multan Sultans want is 5 bowlers used by Islamabad United. You want to either get after Imad or Shadab right now, because the 6th bowler is Shehzad, who played in the first game but didn't bowl, so hasn't bowled yet. Maybe that's a little loophole they want. 8 overs done, 76 for 2. Islamabad United, the 5 bowlers used. Remember, Salman Ali Agha not playing because of a little injury, little side strain. So the 6th bowler will have to be Mohammad Shehzad, who they drafted into Islamabad United. He played the first game, didn't bowl. Decent bowler. Yeah, the all-rounder. Shadab Khan just went for 5 in the first over. You cannot allow him to just bowl through his overs. You want to put pressure on him.
Oh, well, there's something that's just interrupting it. I think it's right above the side screen. I'm looking down at this. Somebody is moving in a box above, and he's just shouted, "Please stand still, keep still." Pick that up in Urdu as well. Yeah, it's the matchup, isn't he? He's worried. You can tell he's not as confident. He's going to try and push for 2. Doesn't get it.
Yeah, you just feel T20 cricket, you always want to put pressure back on the opposition, always want to go hard. But this period of play, you can get pressure on one bowler, either Shadab or Imad, and you might just get that 6th bowler option on and more pressure on United. Cut away straight to the fielder. Right now the 2 spinners going well.
Full toss, he gets away with it, but does he get away with it? Should have got away with it. Nazim Shah. Mohammad Shehzad Just straight through his hands. Surely has to be stopped.
Yes, almost shanked to the leg side, bottom of the pad. Easy. Regulation, really. Slipped away. That's why the disappointment. Poor delivery. Should have got away with it.
A crowd selfie moment with 𝐄𝐍𝐿's smartphone. You love a selfie, don't you, Baz?
Anytime, all the time.
This one just a bit flatter and quicker. So 6 runs coming from the first 4 deliveries. What is Rizwan thinking here? Is he just happy just to pat him back at where's his boundary option? Oh, he's just happy just to pick up singles. Oh, if he'd have picked that up, there could have been problems. No one backing this throw up either. Just at the moment, Islamabad have just got to up their game a little bit.
Yeah, they've been fantastic in the field in the 2 games that they've played in. Today it's not been as good. They've been slightly sloppy. Just the attention to detail. Into the onside, just be the singles. So decent enough over for Shadab. It is 84 for 2 after 9.
इसी के साथ बाकी सिटी के फिट टू फिट पर दूसरा के जवाब और जीतो 5 बनेगा IUvMS Presidio और बॉटल फ्लिप चैलेंज में हिस्सा लेकर बनो हिस्सा करोगा
Decent from Multan, the start, chasing 203. Obviously halfway into that second 7 from 15. They've changed it, as in Shadab Khan has decided to go to Jason Holder. So a bit of pace. Right. It is time to meet our HBL PSL Humari hero, powered by Homage Appliances. Down to you, Zainab.
Well, 𝐄𝐍𝐿, you better watch out because I've got a Taekwondo player here next to me. She's the youngest Taekwondo player from Pakistan ever, and she's won considerable amount of gold medals, bronze medals. So, firstly, बहुत-बहुत मुबारक हो आपको क्योंकि आपने इतनी achievements किए. ये बताएं, ये सफर की शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम, अस्सलाम वालेकुम। सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ। मेरा नाम है शयाज है फ्रॉम सवात एंड मैं आर्मी पब्लिक स्कूल कॉलेज सवात क्लास 9 की स्टूडेंट हूँ। मैंने 3.5 साल से ताइक्वांडो शुरू किया है। मेरे वालिद साहब खुद इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर रह चुका है और अभी नेशनल रेफरी भी है और इंटरनेशनल कोच है। तो मैं उनके सबसे पहली बेटी थी, तो वो जिधर भी जाते मैं साथ जाती थी। तो इसी वजह से ताइक्वांडो का शौक़ पैदा हुआ और ताइक्वांडो शुरू किया मैंने।
अच्छा, इसमें कितनी ट्रेनिंग चाहिए होती है, कितनी मेहनत चाहिए होती है? बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली फिजिकली चैलेंजिंग स्पोर्ट है।
बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ती है इसमें, जैसे कि क्रिकेट में करनी पड़ती है, इसी तरह ताइक्वांडो में भी करनी पड़ती है। और मेरे वालिद साहब जो है उन्होंने मुझे इसमें लाया है और अभी मैंने इंटरनेशनल सतह पर 7 मेडल हासिल किए, जिसमें 2 गोल्ड, 2 सिल्वर और 3 ब्राउन्ज मेडल हैं।
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि ख़वातीन का इंटरेस्ट होना कितनी आपको लगता है पोटेंशियल है इस रिगार्ड से? बिकॉज बड़ी खुशी होती है जब हम इस फील्ड में भी देखते हैं ख़वातीन को आते हुए।
ख़वातीन ज़्यादातर जो है वो डरते हैं, लेकिन जब इंसान शुरू करता है तो पहले डरते हैं, लेकिन बाद में जब उसे पता चलता है कि ये डरने वाली गेम नहीं, तो फिर सही होता है।
आगे क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं आपके लिए? कोई टूर्नामेंट्स में हिस्सा ले रही हैं? आगे का फ्यूचर का क्या प्लान है?
फ्यूचर का प्लान तो सबको पता है कि मेरा ड्रीम ओलंपिक्स है। इंशाल्लाह ओलंपिक में पाकिस्तान के लिए गोल्ड मेडल जीतूंगी और पाकिस्तान की नुमाइंदगी करूंगी। और आप HBL PSL का बहुत ज़्यादा शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ क्योंकि उन्होंने मुझे इस अवार्ड के लिए नॉमिनेट किया है। तो वंस अगेन थैंक यू सो मच। और मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा 120+ अवार्ड मैंने हासिल किए, लेकिन HBL PSL का अवार्ड मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा, मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई। और मैंने अवार्ड किसी ना किसी के नाम किया है, लेकिन ये अवार्ड मैं अपने फ़लस्तीन बहन भाइयों के नाम करती हूँ।
यानी किसी को डराना हो तो आपको बुला ले।
जी
बस ठीक है, ये हम याद रखेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच आयशा एंड ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू, वेलकम।
Yeah, brilliant, absolutely fantastic stuff. And that was a beautiful looking shot as well from Cameron Ghulam. Just use that pace, Baz, and this partnership now is building. 30 from 23.
92 for 2. Multan Sultans definitely ahead in this game. United need a wicket. Short ball, thumped away, straight to the man. They needed a wicket. It is Colin Munro at the fence, gives him a send-off too.
You don't see that very often either. It's something has upset Colin Munro because he has given him the send, and he's given him another send-off. He's given him a double send-off here. He gets away with this, Jason Holder. He's holding something at the moment. He's near or that, but watch. He's got that sign. And then he tells Cameron Ghulam it's time for tea. Should have gone out the park again, really. Cameron Ghulam gone for 17, 92 for 3.
Yeah, short ball and he smashed it, but it's gone too flat and too straight to the fielder. Celebrations, Kamran Ghulam can't believe it. Those celebrations are happy, but Munro had a few words to say.
Yeah, something must have been said when he batted, or this is comes from an old game or last year's game. You don't normally see that from Colin Munro. He's normally quite a calm character, but amazing how people get upset.
You love it, don't you?
Do I? Come on. It's the HBL PSL and it's alive. Coming up to halfway, this man can play, let me tell you, Michael Bracewell. Slower ball, I'm going to push 2, should only be 1. Bubbling up nicely, we're halfway, it's 93 for 3.
लड़कियां कह रही हैं कि 1 सेकंड आपने किया है और वो था लड़कों को हराने वाला, तो लड़कियां सब लड़कों को हराना चाहती हैं, लेकिन लड़के लड़कियों को हरा देंगे मुझे लगता है। लेकिन सब आप दोनों का मुकाबला करवाने वाले हैं अगले ओवर की ब्रेक में, जिसका शोर ज्यादा होगा वो ही जीतेगा। सब लड़के भी तैयार हो जाए और लड़कियां भी। We are coming back to you right after this off.
One ton needed, 110 needed from 60 balls. 10 plus 10. But they need Rizwan's scalp. Simple as that, because he's a fighter, he's a match winner, 37 of 25. He can absorb pressure, plays spin well. Look out for that slot sweep. That's why the two fielders patrolling the fence on the leg side becomes that much more important against Rizwan. Lisa, is there a calming down period at all in T20? Can Bracewell and Rizwan take a little bit of rest? Not too sure. Right then, Jazz fan pulse question answer. Couple of winners. Daily winners. Mohammad Rahman and Dilbar Jan. Winners of Jazz Fan Pulse moment. There's that slot sweep, and here's a catch. It's taken. It's brilliantly done. Shadab Khan knows the value of that wicket, and this was pretty much on the cards. The slot sweep, he absolutely loves it. And in the end, what a great catch. Diving forward, Shafiq is the fielder. Shahzad, sorry, is the fielder. And how well he took that.
Yeah, when literally the run rate is getting up to 12, you go to your favourite shot. Andre House, Shadab Khan, they know it's a huge wicket. Look at that celebration. The skipper, Mohammad Rizwan, he goes for 38. Multan Sultans now 96 for 4.
Yeah, in the slot, really, that was absolutely in the slot for the right-hander. But what a good catch. Really was tremendous athleticism there. Yeah, I mean, against the run of play, Rizwan has been dismissed, and Shadab, skipper, breaks the partnership, breaks the momentum as well. Another powerful striker, Iftikhar Ahmed, is out there. But still is not a lost cause. Required 11.46. If he has a good time of it, who knows? 107 from 56 balls can be a possibility.
Yeah, at the start of this over, it was 93 for 3. And Islamabad United were 92 for 2. Just shows you neck and neck. But now that wicket in this over, how costly will that be? We'll soon find out. 96 for 4.
Islamabad United then with a marathon 202 for the loss of 6. Multan Sultans in pursuit have lost 4 wickets. 107 of 54 balls. Can they get over the line? That's the big call. Rizwan's been dismissed. Middle order is under stress. Imad Wasim coming on to bowl. Left arm was angled to the left-hander Bracewell. More an outswinger to a left-hander than the original left-armer spinner, getting the ball to jab back from off to middle.
Yeah, you tend to see that tactic employed a hell of a lot more now in T20 cricket. The left armer staying around the wicket, not coming over to the left-hander, because they want to shut down and create those angles. It's really important, and also because majority of left-handers, they're used to the left arm finger spinner coming over the wicket and going with the spin.
Value in having Imad Wasim bowl in the middle phase of the innings. He's a good wicket-taking option. He's pretty accurate as well. Can slow down the process for his side. Very professional, well rehearsed in what he wants to do. Years of experience. J. Official styling partner of HBL PSL. The most stylish guy gets a goodie bag.
What's in the goodie bag?
Stylish and I'm afraid a bit stunned also.
because of the goodies.
Big shot, absolutely hit it off the middle of the blade. 100 comes up for Multan Sultans. That's a lovely strike. You want to see it again and again and again.
Bracewell has already shown how potent he can be already in the first game Multan Sultans played. And this is the phase of the match where they need to be able to score plenty of runs, as the kids are going a little bit crazy. Way past their bedtime.
This is when people kind of wake up in Pakistan.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's why, you know, this HBL PSL is watched by all and sundry. Yeah, loving every bit of it. This is a huge tournament for the fans. Yeah, that's placed quite nicely. Should be 2. You've got to be just a little bit careful when you're cracking him off the back foot, because he's quick through the air, off the surface as well. 107 for 4.
There you go. You're on TV. Look, see? Oh. Well, a couple of starts there. Mohammad Rizwan, 38 off 27. Usman Khan, again, showing that he can hit the long ball. They would ideally have loved one of those guys to go on, get a half century or something in the 60s, 70s to give themselves a chance. 96 off 48 deliveries. Required rate has just hit 12 for the first time.
Almost another full house here in Rawalpindi. The response from the crowds have been outstanding, overwhelming in fact. Oh, gets it to swing away from his range and reach.
Yeah, it's quite smart, isn't it? Literally bowling it to the wide line.
Free hit for fans, win a house contest. Match 6 winner, Nadia Adi. Parkview City. Quite an open stance he has, Bracewell. It's kind of a perfect T20 stance, because you want to clear that front leg, and that front leg is already on that middle and leg stump angle. He can therefore hit the ball hard through the leg side, can cut the ball as well. 12.39 is the required rate equation. 4 wickets gone. Rizwan back in the pavilion as well, so there's massive onus on Iftikhar and Bracewell to make it happen. Lovely pick-up shot for 6. I mean, he's a gifted hitter, and that is such a methodical hit because he played the field.
Yeah, he's so strong, you can see it in the width of his shoulders. But what is effective about this is he got on the inside line, and when it's coming at close to 140 kilometers an hour, he just needs to help it on its way. That's exactly what he did. Very clever batting, and an important 6 as well. That 6 is now the required run rate has jumped down under 12. See how quickly it fluctuates?
Adjustments in the field. 2 fielders gone back to the boundary rope at fine and third. Goes back once again, tries his hand. There's slight bit of appeal. Keeper is not interested. It's been given a wide. Let's see what they're thinking. Any noise? Anything you heard?
Well, the issue is, like, I think 3.3, they didn't appeal and it was edged, Usman Khan. So now he's appealed Oh, even though he's shaking his head. And so now they're going
TV umpire
upstairs.
to director. We have a play review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Start with the front one, please. Ball is close to the bat and gloves. Let's confirm with the ultra, please. Keep rolling, flat line. A gap between bat and ball. Keep rolling. Flat line when ball next to the gloves as well. Satisfied. No bat and gloves involved. Chris, you can stay with your original decision. Stand by, you are on screen now.
Multan Edge remained dead for that period. More out of hope than anything else.
They needed the defibrillator to get some kind of movement, some kind of heartbeat.
Slow ball. The call is for 2. I don't think there are 2 runs. We got tell Bhangra Cam is live. Wow. Some moves. Sheru and Sai at it. Bhangra Cam is live and Bhangra moves. Lisa, you should be out there doing a Bhangra for us.
You're trying to get me out of the commentary box.
No, seriously. Ah, yes, sir. What a shot that is. I mean, we earlier saw a great straight 6, and this was as good because he showed full face of the blade, and it was the original.
We saw in the first match 5 4s, 3 6s, 44 off 17, and he's certainly on his way, Michael Bracewell. If Multan Sultans are going to chase down this total, he has to get a huge chunk out of the 83, almost 60 odd, I would say. He's got the ability.
Jason Holder takes it quite easily in the end. Didn't really sound that great. Obviously didn't hit the middle of the blade. They had to get cracking, and he was feeling good, Bracewell. 6, straight 6, a straight 4. Unfortunately, the bat twisted in his hand. It wasn't good enough.
Yeah, cross-seam delivery. Just 4 kilometres slower than the other one. That was enough. That's a difference between clearing the boundary and not. In the end, Bracewell goes for 16. Multan Sultans are now 120 for 5.
Yeah, so there is now this Tapal T strategic timeout. kind of Tapal strategic timeout. Action will begin in 3, 2, 1 seconds. Multan Sultans batting card then. Rizwan looked rock solid, brilliant for his 38 of 27. Usman 31 of 20 balls was unorthodox. 17 to Ghulam. Bracewell got out just now when he was looking good as well. Hope there. His hope vanished. Caught at point, and then another good catch at point, and Rizwan. There's Kamran Ghulam there, picked up at square leg, and this was the biggest blow of them all. Rizwan there trying his favorite slot sweep, was caught. Bracewell, after hitting a 6 and a 4, got down the throat at long on. All batsmen caught today. Naseem 1 for 20, 1 for 35 for Meredith. Holder 1 for 17. What a game he's having. Batted brilliantly. Imad 1 for 28 in his 3, and Shadab, the skipper, 1 for 16 in his 3 to go with his extremely good captaincy.
And so 83 required from 42 deliveries, 5 wickets in hand, and really both players out there. Iftikhar has only faced 7 deliveries.
Yeah, there's always a Tapal moment. Fans enjoying match at Tapal Tea Lounge. It's tea time for the fans. There's always tea time for the fans. How many cups do you take every day, Lisa?
Well, a few. It depends how late I'm working. So tonight, a few.
Few?
Yeah.
Willie is on strike. A lot of inside edge. Willie's off the mark.
It's important that they rotate the strike, and Iftikhar gets the strike, and he's the one that needs to find the boundaries. He's the one that needs to be a little bit more of a risk taker. You can see that he's eyeing off, okay, where are my options? Jason Holder's now coming around the wicket. So 2 fielders out on the offside. Maybe he's going to try and go across him nice and full. Mid-off is up inside the inner circle.
Oh, he'll be wided. Unfortunate. That was perilously close to that leg stump. But he had covered the stumps over towards the offside. Iftikhar trying to cut down on the angle, I think, is preempting it. Didn't work.
I reckon that's the bluff, isn't it? Knowing full well that Iftikhar's going to go over to the off stump because he thinks the ball's coming across him. And he goes, hang on, even though my fine leg is up inside the circle, I'm going to take a gamble. Can I knock out his leg stump? He just missed.
Oh, chance at the non-strikers, and he's got to run back. He does well in the end. Unlucky. He had to be just one fielder. He couldn't do that, Iftikhar. Needed a bit more power behind that throw, Naseem Shah. I like this angle from Jason Holder. Yorker from round the stumps with your leg side field pretty much covered. So he's cut down on the hitting options of Iftikhar. Islamabad United have been flawless in the 2 matches that they played. Real powerhouse of performances. Lahore Qalandars 4 points from 3. They've also looked menacing. Gladiators had a massive first win and then nosedive just a little bit. Karachi Kings 2 points from 2. Multan Sultans need to get back on the horse. Can they do that? 79 from 37 balls. That is out. Well appointed fielder. And that's the other thing that United have done marvelously well. They've covered the angle so well. He's bowled the length. Jason Holder, the fielding has been good. Captaincy has been outstanding, and it has worked perfectly for Islamabad United.
They've just been a little bit short, haven't they, Multan Sultans, in this innings. Number of dismissals have been caught just on the boundary, not getting the elevation. Oh, coach not happy. David Willey, he goes for 1. Multan Sultan, 124 for 6.
Good time to get your best bowler in, Naseem Shah. 2 overs, 1 for 20. Well, that's gone high in the air. Enough strength to beat the man at long on. That is a special smash from the right-hander. Iftikhar still wanting to win this for his side.
And he still has the ability to. Just takes that step back deep in his crease to get the length that he wants. Everyone's just assessing hang time. Where's the fielder? Yeah, just over. Excellent from the visiting team. And a 6 off the first ball potentially means a big over for them, which is exactly what they need to just narrow that gap a little bit more between runs and balls.
I like the way he used the crease, went extremely back, created his own length. This wasn't such a bad shot because it was hit extremely hard, went flat but straight to the fieldsman. Meredith there making no mistake. Surprised just a little bit by that length from Holder. He's not express, but he knows how to pick up wickets. Tall and awkward to deal with.
I think you're right. It's not the pace, is it? It's that extra height or heavy ball. Just surprises batters when they play him. Well, Chris Jordan is here.
World's first arbitrage crypto exchange. Download app and be part of the show. Lovely, great shot, great hit.
I mean, his base is so solid. That's why he's such a big hitter of the ball. Naseem Shah can be an awkward customer, but have a look at this smashing that he's receiving from Iftikhar. A 6, then this lovely boundary.
Yeah, I've got no issues with the fact that Naseem Shah was maybe trying to go for that Yorker. But why not change the field? Why not have your mid-off back to protect that if you just miss, whether it be just short or a bit full? Welcome to the next day, Thursday the 17th of April.
I'm sure he'll go again. 2 balls left in this over. Goes back, hits it into the gap. 1 to Iftikhar.
You see, and they made the change, that ball, put mid-off back, and then go a little bit slower into the pitch. The moon is still up, so we shall continue to play.
.66 from 31 balls. Can be done. Will it be done? Ball's a dot ball, a slow bouncer. 137 for 6 after 15.
Well, there's nothing in it. Simple as that. The rate now, though, is 13, and that's not easy. Well, here's a good pressure bowler, but you don't have to expect the ball to spin. Jordan has a good head on him, so for the moment he'll knock it around and try to get the strike back to Iftikhar. And there we have it, the Hanif Mohammed Cup and the Fazal Mahmood Cup for the best batting and bowling performances, all because of IUvMS Solar Energy. Leading run scorer and leading wicket taker both have their homes powered by IUvMS Solar Energy, and subject to terms and conditions, of course, but that's a lovely initiative. That's what Imad does so well. He fires it in and gets that overspin, and it just hurries the batsman off a length.
This is good captaincy from Shadab. He realized this over is going to be crucial for the batting side.
This ball's being hit hard. The fielder just about gets away with it. These little pressure moments build, and you know in the outfield, you know, you're sprinting at the ball, you're worried about your balance, you know you've got to make the stop. Everybody gets edgy in situations like this. Multan are by no means out of the game. Good grouping around a length. He's blistered that through extra cover, and again good fielding down by the boundary. That's what the players do so well now, is they slide to get body behind the ball. So they're already low when the ball's got to them. And that's something that's rehearsed a lot to prove that practice can make perfect. Everybody just sort of starting to bite nails and shiver a little, and very good over so far.
And I think he realises that perhaps now that they've just got to keep concentration, because even though you look at the scoreboard and think, yeah, we're in a good position, they're ahead Multan Sultans and where Islamabad United were at this stage. And let me tell you, these two, including Chris Jordan, have the ability to take this game away from Islamabad United.
Yeah, there was that Jason Holder assault that propelled them past the 200 mark. He's got away with one and he's got a wicket with it. Oh no! On another day he'd leave that and it'd be a wide. Chris Jordan's gone.
This is clever from 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇. He knew he hasn't conceded a boundary. The batter will be itching to go after him. Bowled it wider. The batter had to reach for it, hence no control. But the fielder was. And so is Islamabad United in control of this game. It's wicket number 7. And wicket number 2 for 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇. Another good spell for him. It's 142 for 7.
Stand by.
Okay, the big screen are checking for bump ball, but I really don't think they need. Ball came off the blade. Here we go. Clever bowling, as was pointed out by Amir Sahel.
Roll it back, please.
Pretty obvious
now roll it
that
forward.
sort of been run off
I
the
can
blade.
see the back ball comes from the back, straight from the back.
And actually, I don't think it would have been.
Satisfied? I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
One of the problems with giving yourself room, if the bowler's alert to it, you're reaching and you haven't got control. Anyway, it's 142 for 7. Sama Mir has come out to join Iftikhar, who is really the man who has to win this game with something close to a miracle now, as the rate is soaring above the 15 per over mark. Everybody back on the leg side, 4 of them riding that boundary there, and everybody up bar one, who's the third man on the offside. Oh, that's a poor ball, and oh, that's very costly, because I'll wager that's a no ball for height, and also 4 byes to go with it, and a free hit. Yep, it's the lot. It's not quite the full flush, but not far off it. It went for 4, not 6 by.
What a strong reaction from the captain after witnessing the effort of the wicketkeeper.
Whether that slipped out of his hand, I'm not sure. I don't think there's a lot of due. And I know that Ramiz Raja talked he liked when Jason Holder went round the wicket. I'm not so sure.
Well, there'll be a couple here. There should be anyway. They've got to come back. They've got to get. Oh no, they haven't. Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? Round the wicket, over the wicket at this stage.
The reason why I'm not sure, Mark, is because I think it opens up both areas. Let's have a look at the end. I thought this was great bowling from 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇 because it was inside that wide line. He went wide because obviously Chris Jordan gave himself a little bit of room and was falling away. But in a way, that's brilliant from the experienced 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐶𝐈𝐒𝐇. The reason why I don't like him going around to a right-hander, because I think it opens up. If you don't get a perfect Yorker leg stump or towards his left boot, I think it opens up both sides for a right-handed batter.
Yes, I'd add to that by saying that you're under a lot of pressure not to drift it to leg stump, because then you've only got to be 3-4 inches out and it's a wide. So what you do is you push it offside and they can use the pace of it then. So you can almost set yourself for that. Anyway, look, I mean, some bowlers are comfortable doing it, others aren't.
Can be a good idea though, Dominic, if somebody's aiming to hit the ball towards mid-wicket. Angle taking the ball across, an outside edge can be a result. So the bowlers have to recognize who to go to run the stumps.
That's really good bowling to your field. So that's excellent from Holder. Get it inside the wide line, Yorker length. 150 comes up, but the rate is still above 15. It needs a flurry, to say the least. For the moment, given they're 7 down, I'd try to get off strike if I was Usama and give Iftikhar the strike. He will be tempted to have a swing himself, but what you don't want is to leave Iftikhar unbeaten at the end with everybody else bowled out. Oh, he's gone. Jason Holder looks to the sky. And under edge, doesn't matter how they come now, as far as the United are concerned, they're good wickets.
Well, he's been very consistent in picking up wickets. Changed the pace on that occasion. He was into the stroke a bit early, only managed an inside edge. Wicket number 8 for Jason Holder in HBL PSL. Multan Sultan 150 for 8.
Mohammad Hasnain, speedy bowler, who needs to find a way to get the problem here is the balls are being used up. So there's the wicket and there's the play and miss, and 2 balls that Iftikhar hasn't faced, and so the rate now goes almost to 17. It happens so quick. From becoming possible and equivalent to the first innings score, it just disappears from view. Although, funnily enough, the scores are... Oh, I bowled him! Oh, what a spell this is from Jason Holder. What a tournament he's had so far.
Wicket number 9 for Jason Holder. What a way. Yorker to a tail ender. Misses it completely, Mohammad Hasnain. Brilliant from the big, tall West Indian, with bat and now with ball. Hasnain comes and goes without scoring. Multan Sultans 150 for 9.
Ubaid is the batsman who's come at number 11 to try to help Iftikhar. Iftikhar's on strike here. Naseem Shah steaming in at him. He'll play a lot of good shots for nothing now, because he'll only want to score in even numbers, and ideally 4 and 6, not 2. Running his fingers across the ball there, getting a little bit of cut at 128 k's per hour. See the seam revolving, and he's too good. Hasnain undone, and Holder's had a terrific night. Picked up wickets, made runs, 32 and 14 balls he got to propel them to this score. Again, another ball being used up. The rate now touching on 19 and over.
Well, I want to see the matchup. Brothers, Naseem up against Ubaid. Haven't played against each other. Iftikhar doesn't want to give him any of the strike. Of course he doesn't. Nazim Shah up against Ubaid Shah. Want to see that matchup. Takes you back to in the back garden when they were growing up.
Great bowling. Can you imagine at this stage 3 consecutive dots? How about that from Nazim Shah? You might say, but that's because he's turning down singles. Yeah, but that's because he's only given him singles, not 2s, 4s or 6s. So he's bowling to his field. Shadab is hugely engaged. I mean, his leadership has been impressive in the tournament. And you imagine that a lot of it is driven by inspiration as much as tactical now, so I think he's got some of that too. A bench of concern. Oh, he got to take the single now, so Dominic Cork has his wish. One brother will bowl to another.
Yes, this is what I've been waiting for. Nice win percentage as a captain in HBL PSL, and Shadab is up there with 57. Rizwan is above him. Not a happy man tonight. Good the other night against Karachi with his 100, but came out on the losing side. Doesn't want the cameras on him. Now then, that's the other brother, Hunain. So all 3 brothers are here, one against the other, first time in HBL PSL.
Well, he slips in the slower ball. You don't want to bounce your brother, do you?
Why not?
A couple of brothers playing SA20, don't they? Herman brothers, Jordan and they're both super players too. I asked one of them, who does your dad support? And he said, always the one batting, not the one fielding.
Surely he's not going to bowl him another slower one now. Surely it's full, it's straight, it's pace on, it's Yorker length. Now then, he's given him the sign.
Bragging rights at home forevermore. Oh, it was the ball, Corky, you got it right. No run taken. Iftikhar will have the strike. 2 overs remain. 151 for 9. There you have it, 202 for 6 at the moment, winning very comfortably. I can't imagine that changing. 151 for 9. It's going to take some onslaught from Iftikhar if it is to change. 52 needed off 12 balls. I think not. Mohamed Shahzad bowling for the first time, is that right? Whatever in the tournament? Okay. There you go, and he's beneath the moon at past midnight. T20 career elsewhere on the basis of that information. Here he comes. And there he goes.
Plays these shots really well, Iftikhar. Deep in the crease and tries to use the bounce. He's trying to get that a little bit finer, I think. He did that a little bit earlier and he flew it for 6. I'm not sure square legs should have been up in the circle.
What a thing to bowl someone who hasn't yet bowled in the tournament, ever. And you've got Shadab in waiting, you've got Meredith in waiting.
I think they're a sort of team like that. I think that is Mike Hesson. I think that's his way. You give people a chance. I know you shouldn't mess about, you should just win the game because of net run rate, but he's obviously bowled before in T20.
No, look, I'm not saying he's gonna go the distance and it'll cost them the game. I'm just saying it's an interesting time to bowl him. Big tall chap, isn't he? Sort of slim and tall. And have a look at Jason Holder's night after his brilliant batting. He made 32 in 14 balls. He then used the bouncer to great effect. A little bit of luck and bowled a beauty. It's the story of his 4 for 25 in 4 are terrific figures. Excellent cricketer, excellent guy.
Yeah, talking about Mohammad Shahzad, he has built a reputation for himself. In the finals of the domestic tournament, departmental cricket, he scored 100 and picked up 5 wickets in the finals. And that's why he caught the eyes of the selectors. And here's Jason Holder, top of the ladder.
Look at that. 3 Islamabad United bowlers are topping the list. Who says bowlers don't win matches? They sure do in any format. Oh, he's hit that well, hasn't he? Really well, not well enough. And it's Holder who catches it, and the game is over. And it's been won convincingly again by Islamabad United, who look the real deal.
Well, he was given the over just to do that, to pick up a wicket and gain the confidence for the next outing. Mohammad Shahzad picked up a wicket with his first over in PSL, HBL PSL. Once again, a convincing victory for Islamabad United. They're like a runaway train.
Well, they've always looked like they are the complete squad. The way that they've played, little tinkers they've made with selection as well on their data. I think they look a good team. They look like a team that are hoping to try and go back-to-back in HBL Pakistan Super League and win the tournament. Good start to it, some good individual performances. That man in your screen there, again Jason Holder. 4 wickets in the first game, 4 wickets in his third game, runs as well. He's a serious player. To go with the way that they've played as well, the way that they've set totals. This is the end again. Shahzad back of a length, and Iftikhar just slices away. This man has some very good hands. Caught a good catch the other night when he took Babar Azam at first slip, and a complete performance by the champions of 2024.
Yeah, they've beaten Multan Sultans 3 times out of 3 here, even though Multan have played better than this, scoring more than 200 on each of those times they've been beaten. So, you know, pretty commanding side. When I say the real deal, I think Dominic Cork just summed it up. They've got all the bases covered. Impressive. And this nice tradition where the 2 teams line up and shake each other's hand, and everybody else who's been involved, mascots and support staff and umpires, and they're all there, part of the love-in at the end of the game.
I sometimes hear about our sides peaking too early. I think it's a load of nonsense. Win every game. Win it as comfortably as you can. And with 202 on the board, it was always going to be a big ask for the Multan Sultans. Well, they lost an early wicket, but then that partnership, Rizwan and Usman Khan, who's got a fine record here, that was broken. He went for 31, Rizwan went for 38, Iftikhar for 32, and they were eventually bowled out for 155. Yeah, 59 was really the biggest one. That was the danger for Islamabad United. That was broken. And then 30 between Rizwan and Kamran Ghulam, and they just couldn't get going.
there you have it, 4 for 25, Jason Holder, terrific. 2 for 33 from 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇, had developed some awkward times. He's a really consistent performer. Let's head downstairs to Bazid.
Mohammad Rizwan with me. रिजवान, सबसे पहले तो ये सवाल है कि जब आपने बॉलिंग की और 20 ओवर के बाद 200 रन हो गए तो रन ज़्यादा हो गए या आप सोच रहे थे कि आराम से चेस हो जाएगा?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम, नहीं बजबी रन ज़्यादा हो गए थे क्योंकि जिस तरह पहले इनिंग्स में बॉल हो रहा था, थोड़ा सा ग्रिप कर रहा था बॉल, तो हम जो सोच रहे थे कि उस तरह नहीं होगा बाहर, क्योंकि उनका पावर प्ले बहुत अच्छा गया, जिस तरह फरहान खेल रहा है और उसके फॉर्म लगी हुई है माशाल्लाह, तो उसके जो 50-50 चांसेस थे वो हमें उस टाइम जो ना वो करने चाहिए थे, वो थोड़ा सा वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा मेरे ख्याल से जो रिदम है उनको मिला, मोमेंटम मिला। बहरहाल पावर प्ले के बाद हमने कोशिश की पकड़ने की, तो एक टाइम पे हमने पकड़ लिया था, जो एंड में एग्जीक्यूशन हमारी थी वो इतनी खास नहीं, जिसकी वजह से बड़ा टोटल हो गया बोर्ड पे।
2 ही मैच हुए हैं, ऐसा लगता है कि अभी तक आप अपनी बेस्ट 11 सर्च कर रहे हैं, कोई बॉलिंग यूनिट और बैटिंग अभी तक सेटल नहीं हुई।
हाँ बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं भाई, हम स्टिल अभी उसी तरह, क्योंकि देख रहे हैं कि कौन सी जगह हमारे लिए काफ़ी, क्योंकि अभी हर जगह हमारा जॉब जो है ना वो सही नहीं हो रहा, तो हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अभी जल्द से जल्द हमारी मोमेंटम बने, क्योंकि हमारी अभी तक जो एक की मोमेंट पे चीज़ें होने वाली वो हो नहीं पा रही, हमारे फेवर में नहीं जा रही, तो स्टिल इंशाल्लाह जो हमारे पास इस मैच में जो हमारी गलती हुई है कोशिश करें उसको फिक्स करें और अच्छी टीम बन जाए।
और चेस करते हुए भी ऐसे ही हुआ, जब पार्टनरशिप लगी वहीं पे विकेट लगी, जब ऐसे लगे कि मुल्तान आगे जा रहा है वहीं पे विकेट गिर गई।
बिल्कुल ऐसे ही अभी उस्मान खान भी यही कह रहा था कि यार ऐसे लग रहा था कि जीत रहे मैं, कि ऐसा ही होता है, क्योंकि उनकी जो एग्जीक्यूशन थी वो काफ़ी परफेक्ट थी, क्योंकि अगर आप जैसे होल्डर की बॉलिंग देख रहे उसने बिल्कुल परफेक्ट जगह पर बॉलिंग की है जो जिस बैट्समैन को सूट करती है, तो जिसकी वजह से उसको विकेटें भी मिली है, और बहरहाल मिस्टेक्स अब हुई है जिसकी वजह से रिजल्ट हमारे हाथ में है।
चले, थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड गुड लक फॉर द फ्यूचर गेम्स। Rizwan saying that there are quite a few mistakes, they still haven't settled on their best 11 yet, still early days and things haven't gone their way, neither in the bowling or batting, and coming forward in this tournament they'll probably find out who their best possible bowlers are and batters are. Right now they're still searching.
Nice. Well, there you have it. Summary once again: 202 for 6 and 155. Victory by 47 runs, 3 out of 3 for Islamabad United, who lead the table. Have a look back through the highlights of this run chase. There were some good strokes played, but there were also, it was an early drop, by the way. Imad was hit him in the stomach rather than get a hand on it, and immediately afterwards Sheho caught a backward point, going hard at the ball right at the top of its bounce, and there were some huge hitting times. This partnership was a good one, led by Rizwan. The guy eventually got out. It was frustrating to him because he was so dominant and played brilliant strokes. And Cameron frustratingly hitting Jason Holder down square leg strokes, something David Willey did moments later. Rizwan goes caught out deep mid-wicket. Actually a really good catch. Low catches are the hardest catches when you're attacking the ball. Bracewell caught down long on. Jason Holder's got the safest hands. And then the bouncer to Willie that found the same fielder but on the other side of the ground. Right and left hand as the batsman, but the catcher's equally safe. Iftikhar played some aggressive strokes. Chris Jordan got out, slapping one behind square on the offside. He was in many ways the last hope because he could do a job the other end with Iftikhar. All the others were tail enders, and Iftikhar couldn't get the strike back as Jason Holder began the process of knocking them over. And it ended with that. Way down the far end of the ground from us, Jason Holder taking the catch, hugs everywhere, men in red happy. And a thoroughly professional and impressive performance from Islamabad United tonight. There's the table, 3 games, and a maximum of 6 points, an excellent net run rate of almost 3, and everybody else playing catch up at the moment. But of course, there's a way to go, a long, long way to go. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back for the presentation. Welcome back to the Pindi Stadium. A reminder of what happened here this evening. Islamabad United, very dominant again, 202 for 6, and bowling Multan Sultans out for 155. Jason Holder, the man of the match, with his 4 for 25 performance. A thoroughly impressive win again, as they've all been, actually. This looks a really organised team, and they're playing with great confidence. Let's head down to the presentation with Basit.
Fabulous performance tonight from Islamabad United, winning the game by 47 runs. Almost a complete display by them. With me in the presentation party, we've got Ms. Hijab Zahid, Senior Manager, PSL, Pakistan Cricket Board. Mr. Ali Habib, Chief Marketing and Communication Officer, HBL. Mr. Mustafa, Business Partner, Jazz. Mr. Najeedur Rahman, Authorized Dealer of Inverex Solar Energy. Mr. Fahim Ahmed Khan on behalf of Homage Appliances, Mr. Atif Hussain on behalf of 𝐄𝐍𝐆𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐇, Miss Aisha Ayaz, Taekwondo player, Hamare Heroes. Now the awards. Mr. Atif Hussain will first present the Go Loot Low Scan Karoji Motorbike Award to Mr. Zohaib Farhan. Many congratulations to you. May you zoom off on that motorcycle. Ms. Aisha Ayaz is an international gold medalist and an award-winning Pakistani athlete known as the country's youngest taekwondo champion. She has represented Pakistan on international platforms, winning a bronze medal in Dubai 2019, a gold medal in Fujairah 2020, and both a gold and a silver medal in Thailand 2023. In 2024, she continued her success with a bronze and 2 silver medals in Bangkok, along with securing 5th position in Qatar. Aisha's dedication and talent have earned her over 120 awards. She received the Proud of Pakistan Award 2024, the Matrix Pakistan Award 2024, and the prestigious Pride of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Award presented by the government of KP and the Matrix Pakistan. Her achievements have made her a true inspiration for the youth of Pakistan. Mr. Fahim Ahmed Khan will present the Hamare Heroes powered by Homage Appliances Cash Award of 2,40,000 to Ms. Aisha Ayaz, please. She has truly been an inspiration. And now Ms. Hijab Zahid will present the PCB Moment of the Match trophy to Mohammad Shehzad. Mohammad Shehzad with the catch of Mohammad Rizwan, a crucial juncture of the game. Mr. Najeed Ur-Rahman will present the Inverex Solar Energy Energetic Batter of the Match, rupees 200,000 to Colin Monroe. Colin Monroe for his 48 of 25, 4 4s and 3 6s. Mr. Najeed Ur-Rahman will present the Inverex Hanif Muhammad cap to the highest run scorer so far in the HBL PSL 10, Saibzada Farhan, 184 runs. And now Mr. Najeed Ur-Rahman will present the Inverex Fazal Mahmood cap to the highest wicket taker so far in HBL PSL 10, that is Jason Holder. Jason Holder, 9 wickets. Mr. Mustafa will now present the Jazz Superpower of the Day Cash Award of rupees 300,000 to Saibzada Farhan for his 53 of 35, 7 4s and 2 6s. He has been in red-hot form. HBL is celebrating a decade of HBL PSL with Zabardast Khel. Joining us today to present the Player of the Match award is Mr. Ali Habib, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer, HBL. Mr. Ali Habib will present the HBL PSL Player of the Match trophy and cash award of 500,000 to Jason Holder. What a day he has had. 32 of 14 deliveries, 4 for 25, to go with his 2 catches. Jason, a word, please. Jason, which discipline did you enjoy the most? The batting was superb, the bowling spot on, even the catches.
Yeah, I just enjoyed the game in general. It was a good game of cricket. I think we were tested a little bit more in this game. And yeah, I think we really responded well. I think at the side we're just building quite nicely and we're heading in the right direction. I just think we just need to continue in the same vein and just look for areas to keep improving in.
The final 4 overs, you guys got, I think, 64, largely because of your power hitting. But you didn't start off that well. It seems as if the first few deliveries were tricky for you.
Yeah, it's a situation where I just try to read the pace of the wicket. It's quite tough to get in. We always felt that you needed at least 5 or 6 balls. That was the message that was relayed back into the dressing room. So, you know, I was trying to just find a pace early on, and luckily I was able to get 1 or 2 away and then found some momentum.
Do you actually set yourself up for the slow one because you picked up the slow one so well and hit it out of the park?
Yes and no. You know, I just try to just stay as low as I possibly can. Try to keep my balance as much as possible, and just keep a firm base. You know, and I guess just react to whatever comes.
And then the bowling, it's going where you want, everywhere. The planning throughout, and then the execution.
Yeah, I was happy with my plans today. I think it was pretty clear what I wanted to do, and I executed really well, especially coming back in the back end. I still think 1 or 2 boundaries up front that I could probably brush upon, but you know, all in all, I'll take the effort so far.
Perfectionist. This is an all-round performance. Thank you very much. Brilliant today.
Thank you.
And I'd like to ask Shadab Khan, Islamabad United, to please come and have a word. शादाब बहुत ही खुश होंगे इस परफॉर्मेंस से. बैटिंग आपको पहले करनी पड़ी. आपका ख्याल था कि 200 काफ़ी है या आपके ख्याल से पिच थोड़ा मुख्तलिफ खेली?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. बाज़ भाई, जिस तरह के मुझे लगता कि जब हमने पहले बैटिंग की है तो उस टाइप का पिच नहीं था, थोड़ा टैकी था, स्पिन हो रहा था, होल्ड हो रहा था, स्लो वन मुश्किल आ रहे थे. तो मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह के सब ज़्यादा और मन्नू ने स्टार्ट दिया वो हमें ऊपर लेके गए, वे हेड कर दिया, और उसके बाद जिस तरह मुझे लगता है कि हैदर और होल्डर ने फिनिश किया, उससे हमें बहुत ज़्यादा मोमेंटम मिला. मुझे लगता है कि जब सेकंड इनिंग में हम बॉलिंग करने आए तो पिच काफ़ी डिफरेंट खेल रहा था, पिंडी वाला पिच खेल रहा था और ड्यू भी थी. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये हमारे एज ए बॉलिंग यूनिट टफेस्ट और आई थिंक मेरे ख्याल से सबसे अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस थी.
2 चीज़ें पूछनी है. पहले तो आपको ये पता था कि आपका रिकॉर्ड रिजवान के खिलाफ कितना अच्छा है, मैचअप इतने अच्छे, और जब आपने आउट किया तो सेलिब्रेशन भी उसी किस्म की थी?
जी बिल्कुल बाज़ भाई, आपको पता है कि हमारे मैचअप्स तो मेरे पास हमेशा रहते हैं, मेरे जेब में रहते हैं. तो ओबियसली जब मैं आ भी रहा था तो मुझे पता था कि जो मेरा मैचअप है रिजवान के खिलाफ बहुत अच्छा है, और आपने देखा भी होगा कि आज मैं जल्दी आया बॉलिंग करने के लिए सिर्फ अपने मैचअप्स की वजह से. तो मुझे लगता है कि और सेलिब्रेशन तो ओबियसली ये तो क्रिकेट में चलती रहती है.
और दूसरा, जो जेसन होल्डर राउंड द विकेट गए इफ्तिखार का जोन सबको पता है कि लेग साइड पे है, वो भी मतलब टैक्टिक बहुत शानदार थी. बॉलिंग उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी की, लेकिन टैक्टिक मुझे लगा कि बहुत शानदार.
डेफिनेटली देखें, अगर आप मैचअप देखेंगे तो ओबियसली जो इफ्तिखार है उसका लेफ्ट आर्म फास्ट बॉलर के अगेंस्ट थोड़ा मैचअप उसके स्ट्राइक रेट कम है, तो वो एंगल लेफ्ट आर्म वाला बनाने के लिए, और होल्डर इसको कंफर्टेबल भी है इधर से बॉलिंग करने के लिए. तो मुझे लगता है कि वो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट तो उसके लिए जिस तरह उसने परफॉर्मेंस दी है. और मेरे ख्याल से जिस तरह के हमारे फील्डिंग में एटीट्यूड था, स्पेशली शहजाद का, ओबियसली बहुत मुश्किल होता है जब आप इमर्जिंग प्लेयर होते हो और इतना ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्व नहीं, क्योंकि ओबियसली वो बैट्समैन है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह का उसका एटीट्यूड दोनों मैचेस में था बहुत अच्छा था.
मसला ये है कि तीनों मैच आप बहुत ही शानदार खेले हैं, बैटिंग, बॉलिंग, फील्डिंग. पीक जल्दी तो नहीं कर गए?
देखिए बाज़ी भाई, अभी तो स्टार्ट हुआ है, बहुत आप जल्दी कुछ चीज़ें डिसाइड नहीं कर सकते. क्रिकेट है, कुछ भी हो सकता है, पूरा टूर्नामेंट अभी 7 मैचेस रहते हैं, क्रिकेट में कुछ भी हो सकता है. लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जो हमारे बॉक्सेस हैं ऑलरेडी हम टिक कर रहे हैं, तो ओबियसली आगे भी होपफुली ये कंसिस्टेंट रहें, क्योंकि ओबियसली जिस तरह आप कह रहे हैं कि पीक राइट मोमेंट पे करना चाहिए, होपफुली ये राइट मोमेंट ही हो.
लेकिन थैंक यू वेरी मच. बहुत ज़बरदस्त आज मैच का. शादाब, mentioning the fact that they looked at matchups, he himself looked at matchups in his bowling to Rizwan and came early in the attack. The tactic against Iftikhar was to bowl round the wicket because left armers succeed against him, left arm fast bowlers, so that's why the round the wicket angle, and he's very satisfied with the way they are in the field. He had a special mention of Shahzad, the emerging player who was fantastic in the field as well, because it's difficult under pressure, and he hopes that his team will peak at the right time. That's all from the presentation from down there.
Thanks for the interpretation, Baz. Yeah, the youngsters in the field, very good. Pressure on the boundary they cope with well, and that's the night after next. A day off for everybody tomorrow. Then the 8th match is on Friday evening, and it's Karachi Kings and Quetta Gladiators. Always fun to watch David Warner in action. We've got the post show coming up for Pakistan viewers. The rest, we say good night.
Well, Islamabad United continue their winning ways, is now back-to-back wins for them, 3 back-to-back wins, and a stunning performance in the field with the bat, with the ball. They just seem like a force to reckon with in this HBL PSL 10. Remember, they are the defending champions, and a jubilant captain, smiles all round, and why not? They've earned it. Just a quick reminder of how things went in this game then. Islamabad United making 202 for 6 in their 20 overs. Saibzada Farhan amongst the runs once again, and a solid 48 of 25 from Colin Munro. Haider Ali chipping in along with Holder, who's done well with the bat and the ball for Islamabad United. In response, Multan Sultans falling short. They were bowled out for 155 in their 18.4 overs, with the Rizwan the top scorer. Overall, Islamabad United winning by 47 runs. Just a quick look at the table as well then. Islamabad United are right at the top. They've played 3, won 3, and then you've got Lahore Qalandars behind them. Remember, they won their game against Karachi Kings yesterday, so sitting on 4 points. And in the end, the top 4 teams will be qualifying for the playoffs. Great to be back on pitch side, and it's been a stunning win by Islamabad United. Like I said, they certainly seem to be a force to reckon with in this HBL PSL 10. And to talk us through how they've won today, I've got a very, very special guest here with me. Colin Munro joins us alongside Dominic Cook. Colin, many congratulations once again. Islamabad United, like I said, seem to be the team to beat in this HBL PSL. What do you think has been, the reason behind their success? It's been just consistent performance. They've started off from where they left last season. You were there last season as well. There seems to be a common theme of winning. Why do you think they've been so successful?
Well, I think first things first, we obviously spoke about what happened last year and we won, but it's a different squad. It's a different, there's players that have come in, so we don't want to just think that we're the same team as last year. We're a whole new team, so we've left what happened last year. Yeah, we celebrated it well, but then move forward now with a new bunch of players and trying to make some really good memories with the guys that we have now. So, we've come out and we've played 3 really complete games. You don't want to be playing your best cricket too early, so hopefully there's still some room for improvement.
And is that something you worry about? Because obviously there's a lot of commentators who thought about don't peak too early. Do you worry about that as a side, or do you just think we just try and win every game?
I just think try and win every game. Mike Hesson always says you want to peak at the right time in the tournament, but if we're playing good cricket and we continue to play good cricket, why not? I've been part of a team where you've gone through the whole competition and won every single game, so why not?
I'll ask one more question, sorry,
Sure.
Zainab. What makes you so consistent? You travel all around the world playing T20. Why are you so consistent?
I just think the older I've got, the less I've really cared, to be honest. It's, when you really want something so much, it doesn't happen.
Yeah. So you're more relaxed, is what you're trying to say, because you just think, this is me now.
Yeah, exactly. And you speak to people 2 years ago, it was like, I've got 1 tournament left, and then you do well, and then you get that hunger back.
More.
Then you get another couple of contracts, and then you're like, okay, I need to push on for another year. I don't know when the end is near. It's obviously near, but I don't know when it's going to come. But just trying to enjoy everything. Whether it's playing here, Big Bash, CPL, whatever. So just still trying to enjoy it. As long as I'm playing with a smile on my face and enjoying my cricket, that's the main thing.
You were talking about not caring, but one thing that you've cared about is your fitness, because that's the one thing that keeps a player going. And longevity in the game is very much dependent on that. So is that something that you particularly work on?
No, if I said yes, I'll be lying. But to be honest,
but you look in great shape.
Thank you. To be honest, though, I wasn't in greater shape going through the Big Bash. I did my hamstring there, so I had 2.5 months off, and I really decided to, rather than just do my own program and go through what I want to do in the gym, I got a personal trainer, just even if it's twice a week, just to hold me a bit more accountable. Because there's nothing worse than, yeah, you can score runs, but if you can't field or run to the ball and stop twos, you're letting your bowlers and your team down. So it's just trying to maintain those standards for as long as I can.
Tell us about this top order that you've got. You're part of that top order. Is it something that Mike Hesson is talking about, how to attack in the power play? Is there certain totals you're looking at, or is it just you go out there and play your own game?
Exactly how you finish. Just go out there, play your own game, assess conditions. Farhan is in the form of his life, scored, 400s, saw him batting at training. I was absolutely flabbergasted. No one actually picked him up in the draft, because he batted beautifully for Lahore last year, second top run scorer for them. To not get retained, that's okay. But then to not get picked up at all, I thought that was a bit rough on him. And, you know, lucky we got him at the end there. And, you know, he's come in and, you know, I asked him exactly the other day, like, how have you become so consistent and played? Because it's not always going to happen. But he said that he's been hitting more balls and he's working harder on his game. He had a taste of playing international cricket. It didn't go to plan, but he wants to get back there. And the hunger is there because he's the first one in the nets and he's literally the last one out. So, yeah, he works incredibly hard. So, you know, all the success that he's getting now, he fully deserves it.
I mean, you spoke to Jason about this as well on Mike Hessen's influence on the team. I mean, seems like a very sort of unassuming character. Not, you know, you have different characters in terms of coaches over the years. We've seen all kinds. What kind of a character is he?
Well, Hess is great because he doesn't come with an ego of having played the highest standard of cricket or anything. So he doesn't. He expects high standards of you, but he understands the game. You know, he's a real student of the game and understands exactly that things aren't going to go your way all the time. But when it is your day, try and make it happen and make a big impact on the game. And I think one thing I've learned from him, and even when he was coach of New Zealand under, you know, with Brendan McCullum, was he doesn't always just talk about the guys that did match-winning things. You know, it's those little impacts of, you know, it could be 10 or 3 balls at the end, or it could be somebody running the last over of the game, even though the game's won, somebody's running to stop a boundary, or those twos, just those little things. So everybody's feeling included and actually wanting to be part of the team out there, whether it's like even today before coming, he said like, well done to the 12th, 13th, 14th men from, you know, the last game, because, you know, they're not always getting on the park, but they're looking after us really well.
And they're part of the squad, that's why he's doing that. 3 from 3, what can you improve on? What can get better with the side? Because obviously you want to get better, what can go better?
Well, I just think a little bit of execution with the ball. We've spoken about it, having, you know, and then in the field tonight, I think it did get a little bit dewy. Myself included, a couple of fumbles there. We can clean up a little bit. But yeah, I don't think we can search too much. We've played some really good cricket, and sometimes you just got to say we're actually playing good. We don't actually have to search too much because we've played 3 really good games.
Well, it's very evident that the team environment is great, and you know, you spoke about the influence of Mike Hessen, but what about Shadab Khan? Because he's been with Islamabad United for a while, and one thing that we've seen is that his own performance also as a leader, you know, speaks volumes of the kind of leader that he is. I mean, he's in particular done well for Islamabad United, and what kind of an impact do you think he has on the team?
Oh, he's massive. Him and Rayhan get on really well. You know, and Rayhan picks the team and wants good people involved. And Shaddy's the same thing. You know, if it's a like for a player, he'll get the better character or the better person that's going to offer more to the team. Not necessarily winning performances, but who can fit into the changing room really well. Shaddy's a leader by example. He's not a big talker, but when he's angry with you, he'll let you know. And I think that's what I really respect about Shaddy, is that he's not just going to, you know, whether it's an overseas player or whether it's a youngster, he's going to treat you the same. And I think sometimes in Pakistan that doesn't really go. You know, it's because of the hierarchy a little bit. So maybe I'm wrong in saying that, but in cricket we're all the same. You know, whether I've played 400 games or Mohammad Shahzad's played 2, we're exactly the same. You know, if he wants to talk up in a team meeting, he can go ahead and talk up. He's not going to get shut down, even if it is something that might not be what we're trying to achieve. It'll be like, cool, thanks for your input, but we'll rather do this.
Speaking of Rehan, he mentioned the fact that there's a story that you need to tell. It's about your category. You were initially in the platinum category, and now you've been picked in the silver category. Is there something that we're missing that you need to tell us?
Yeah, I got my own back on him, though, to be fair, because I was in charge. Obviously, I was in silver this year, and got my own back. I'm in charge of selecting the teams for soccer volleyball. So I made myself a little draft system, and I'm not. Yeah, the standard of soccer volleyball here in Pakistan is not of the highest caliber, unfortunately. So most of the overseas are in the top, and platinum, Dorshus and those boys. And then Rehan Bhai, unfortunately, he had 3 opportunities to actually perform, and he was terrible. So I couldn't put him any higher. So he's in the silver category. So yeah, he's not happy. He's not happy about that, but he's performed, and the standard of football has actually gone up really well. So really looking forward to what's. I think tonight was a tie because we were running out of time. So, you know, the red team is leading 1-0 out of the 2-game series, another 3 to go, and then we'll reassess those.
Do you know what it sounds like to me? It just sounds like you've got just a lovely bond. Everybody gets on, everybody gets each other's humour. and I think that is putting you in good stead trying to win back-to-back tournaments.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think, you know, Nawaz has come in and he's added value to it, you know. Salman Aliaga's great character, you know, captain of Pakistan, leads by example. We've got some really good characters. Imad Wasim too, you know, and guys that really give back to the group, and I think that's hugely important. Whether they're performing, whether they're not, I think Rayhan's done a really good job in getting good characters in the group and, you know, go out there and play for each other.
He's covered it up, basically called him terrible first, and now he's done a great job with
He's
the team.
terrible on the football field, let's put it that way.
Well done. We saw what you did there. He's making sure that
Who are you, football? If you had a footballer, who are you? Are you Ronaldo? Are you Messi?
No, I'm terrible.
Oh, you're not good?
Yeah, no, I've got a left boot and it's pretty heavy.
So is Messi, but he's still good.
Yeah, true. No, I'm terrible. I've got no pace anymore and my touch is pretty heavy.
Even Stevens then. They're both terrible in different aspects of different, you know, games. But thank you so much for your time,
thanks.
Colin.
Brilliant.
It's a pleasure to have you here on Pitchside. Wish you all the best for the remaining games. And that was pretty much all that we have from Colin Munro. But we're going to take a short breather. And when we do come back, we'll be joined by a new guest. Don't go anywhere. On Pitchside. Stunning win then for Islamabad United. We've now been joined by Lisa Stadleker on Pitchside. Lisa, there's so much to love about Islamabad United. I mean, we just spoke to Colin Munro and he was talking about the team environment that they've got. And that's very much reflective in the wins that we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, obviously there's always going to be a happy camp when you're winning, but you have to create that culture, and they've done that already. They did that last year, having won, and we heard Colin Munro said, well, we celebrated that. It's still a new group, but there's still some core people that are there, and they know the winning feeling. They know what a good culture is, and they actually set the tone. So it's those senior players that have enabled this culture, this happy culture, winning culture again in HBL PSL 10.
You're talking about senior players. There's one senior player who's really been setting the standard for Islamabad United. He's been making that ball talk, really. He's been getting a lot of wickets for Islamabad United. Jason Holder is our player of the match.
Well, you can't believe that it's his first PSL, because he came in and picked up 4 wickets within his first game, and then he's picked up another 4 wickets tonight. And I said to him before the game, I said, oh, well bowled. And he goes, well, I actually haven't played a lot of cricket, so maybe it's best when fresh. He's gone back and had a bit of time at home and played a bit of first-class cricket, but he's certainly positive.
Well, we're talking about how consistent he has been in this HBL PSL. He's now the leading wicket taker, 9 wickets in this HBL PSL so far. And, you know, he's really been the star of the show in this HBL PSL. 𝐄𝐍𝐆, I mean, there's so much to love about him as well. We'll talk about Jason Holder. He's not only taking wickets, but he's also got a role to play with the bat.
Runs, wickets, catches, and you just look at the top 3 there, Islamabad United and wicket takers. That's why they're up there. But yeah, I think it's the lengthy bowls as well. I think, you know, we've all done pitch reports, myself and Lisa, we were out there the other day. I think it's a sort of pitch here where somebody who bowls back over length and obviously takes pace off as well as being successful. It helps because you're 6'6", you know, and he's getting that height anyway, and it's like coming at you. But ultimately,
I wonder what that's like.
No, never had that. Or pace, didn't have any, or ability, didn't have any of it. But that's exactly how he does it, and he's always been a very good player to have in any side, any form of the game. He's a multi-format player, so it doesn't surprise me that he's doing well. And that just shows that, go back to Mike Hesson, bringing in somebody like Jason Holder, it's clever.
Absolutely. So their bowling is sorted, but their batting, their top order has also been sorted, because they've got somebody like Sahibzada Farhan at the top, and then one down, they've got a player like Colin Munro, who was striking at 192 today. Let's have a look at some of his 6s today.
Just a little coaching tip really here for you. Just watch Colin Munro. Just watch how he stays still. He uses the pace, goes deep in the crease. When he gets a chance, he goes down the ground. He's a quality player, and that's why he's always up there with runs and 6s.
Yeah, definitely. We're talking about that top order. You know, they've got the likes of Colin Munro, Sahibzada Farhan. But let's not forget that, you know, in the bowling department, there's Shadab Khan, who's leading the way in terms of their spin. But you've also got Imad Wasim. So a utility cricketer can bowl in the power play. You know, everybody seems to be doing their job.
Well, you know, I think we've all watched enough cricket and understand cricket to know that you have your role. And sometimes you have to come out of your role. You always expect Imad Wasim to bowl with that new ball first over. Well, he didn't do this time. He bowled the last over the power play. Never easy. Never easy to bowl in a power play. So it's also having the ability to be able to switch from what you normally do. Imad Wasim is you know, one of those senior players that, I'll go back to Mike Hesson, get the best out of a player. And that's what he seems to do, whether he's been to 4 different franchises, bring in some experience, and that's what Imad Wasim brings you. And so Mike Hesson plus Shadab Khan get the best out of him.
2 back-to-back losses for Multan Sultans. They've been conceding, what, you know, over 200 runs in both the games. Is their bowling a concern at all?
You'd have to say so, wouldn't it, when you kind of are leaking over 200 runs. And I probably look more at the death bowling. I think they went out of the last 5 overs, 2 for 72. They were actually in a good position, but then they just let it go. So whether it's they're going too much length, or maybe they're not bowling enough slower balls, or maybe they're not hitting the Yorkers or the wide line, And you cannot leak that many runs. I know it's some of the hardest places to bowl because when batters are in, they'll go hard. But you've got to find a way to answer that.
Let's not forget the batting role as well, because you have Rizwan and they seem to be heavily relying on him. But what about the other players that are around him? Somebody like Usman Khan. Remember, he caught a couple of hundreds last year in the HBL PSL on this very ground.
Yeah.
They need to step up.
Well, of course they do. But I think when you get 200 twice, I think the job has been done there. And if I'm honest, I think they had totals on the board against Karachi. They've had a total, you know, when you look at it, you think, okay, well, not 200 twice, but 200 and then trying to chase down 200. So I look at more as the bowling is the issue. And the reason, I think you're spot on, Lisa, what you said, they really brought that game back. They were going to concede 240 at one stage. So they brought it back, and then they tried to get a little bit clever. They thought bowling slower balls length. Well, you ask any batter in the world, what does he want, or what does she want in that particular time? You want a length ball, slower ball, so you can get your hands through it. I didn't see enough Yorkers, you're spot on. I didn't see enough pace deliveries. I don't see enough bouncers. I just want to see something different, because on flat wickets, it's all right putting your hand up and saying, well, it's a flat wicket. It's not my wicket. Do something about it. Have some ability and have some knowledge and have some understanding that you've got to do something. You can bowl 88 miles an hour and 90 miles an hour. Bowl 90 miles an hour, whether it's at your shoes and, you know, give yourself a puncture, you know, wheels out, or up here. I just think sometimes bowlers, because bowling coaches say, well, we've got to bowl slower balls, we've got to do something different. Just bowl Yorkers, bowl bouncers. It's easier in the studio now.
Corky's coming off the long run there.
No, I just think just that you have to look at it that way and be honest.
Easy.
And bowlers have to be honest and take responsibility when they have it. And I don't think they do take that responsibility enough.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts. It really is about going back to the basics and trying to execute the plans well for Multan Sultans. But still a long way to go in the HBL PSL. The action continues, and so does this pitch side studio on the other side. fabulous win there by Islamabad United. It's now 3 back-to-back wins for them. So congratulations are in order. I'm sure they're going to carry their momentum into the next game. They've been the most consistent side, the defending champions of the HBL PSL. And now I've been joined by 2 new guests in the studio, Bazid Khan, and for the first time on pitch side, Mark Nicholas. Mark, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure you're having a great time so far. Well, we can hope that you are. Tell us how you're feeling to be here on pitch side.
Great. Chairs are wobbly. I've got the movement going. No, it's lovely. Always nice to work with you, I have to say, and to listen to the dry wit that Bazid brings to the show.
Absolutely, Baz.
Not at 1 a.m. surely.
No, you can't. 1 a.m. you're no good at the dry wit.
Trust me, a lot of people are watching pitch side at 1 a.m. So be careful what you say, because they are listening and they are watching you, Baz. You've got a lot of fans out there who want to talk to you about why Multan Sultans is not doing well. And I'm going to talk to you about that as well. Islamabad United has been the most consistent side. It's also the pick, your pick, because you've already sort of tipped them to be perhaps the winner of the HBL PSL 10.
Yeah, my job is done.
Your job is done, but you can still talk about why Multan Sultans is not doing well, because they look a good side on paper. I mean, where do you think they're going wrong?
I asked Rizwan this, and I think he was on the same page as I don't think they've actually found out what their best 11 is as yet, and I don't think they actually know who their best fast bowlers or spinners are, or not necessarily all the bowlers, but the combination of the 5 bowlers that should play. So they're still work in progress. It's only been 2 games. The first game they should have won, barring fantastic innings from James Vince. But I still think that they're searching for their best possible combination, and that's where they're at right now. Just when they go back to Multan, normally when they go back to Multan, they're a different side. They play very well in Multan. So it is important for them to win outside Multan, but they'll be comforted by the fact that they're going to Multan pretty soon.
Islamabad United, though, Mark, seem to have got their 11 right. In fact, even when they've made changes in their squad, whoever comes in seems to know what to do, know their role really well. So everything seems to be working well for them.
Yeah, it's a great feeling for a captain to be able to name pretty much anybody he wants to from his squad, because they're all in form. And confidence is something that spreads throughout a team pretty quickly when you're winning. I think in the shortest forms, you do get momentum. I'm not sure you do in test matches. I've never really believed that. I think it's much easier for a test team to climb back into a match over 5 days. But once you get on top of these games, you're pretty hard to shake off. They've got most bases covered. They brought in Jason Holder, who's in very good form. He's not the greatest talent in the world, but he's one of the best thinkers. He's got an excellent temperament, and he's a very efficient cricketer. He does all those simple things well. He knows the slower ball. He knows the Yorker. He knows how to catch the ball. He'll catch it at slip. He'll catch it in the deep. He knows how to wait for the moment at the death to go hard. And he proved all of those things in his cricket today. So that is quite inspirational to the others. I'm very impressed with them. I think they look a very well organised side. I think they'll be tough to beat.
Absolutely, you know, they do look very well organized, Baz. And I mean, one of the reasons why we've spoken about it as well is down to the fact that they have such a great team ethic. You look at that side, and one thing that stands out is the fact that they play like a team. Everybody seems to be very clear about what they're doing out there. And, you know, they've got a coach in the form of Mike Hesson, who perhaps is an unassuming character. We've spoken about that. But he seems to create an impact.
Well, he's brilliant at his job. He's very shrewd. He knows how to maneuver in a T20 game, which is quite difficult to do. But he actually thinks it out pretty brilliantly. And tactically, even today, you look at the tactics they employed. Jason Holding bowling round the wicket to Iftikhar. Iftikhar is very good with the pickup shot, but they thought that he struggles against left armers, so they created the angle from Jason Holder around the wicket, and then Shadam himself bringing himself on when Rizwan was batting because of the matchup. So they think things out. Also, yes, they are winning, but normally throughout these 10 years we've seen Islamabad, it seems as if it's a happy unit. They come together, they play the PSL, and then they go off. Everybody disappears, but once they come together, it just seems as if everybody's quite happy and quite relaxed. Even the players who who leave United, they always sort of reminisce of their time with them. So it's quite a close-knit, a happy unit, which is always a sign of a unit which will probably win most games.
I tell you what, I'd pick up on Shadab too. I think his leadership's good. I think he's inspirational. You talk about a happy unit. It's an interesting observation. And maybe that Shadab smile is a very important part of that. You know, he's sensing fun in this cricket, and he's therefore spreading that gospel amongst his players. And to see a team having fun as they are tells you they're A, happy in each other's company, and B, they're winning. So I think he's pretty shrewd tactically. I think he used his bowlers pretty cleverly this evening, actually, who he swapped to bowl to who with those matchups. So all round, I think their leadership's really good.
Absolutely, and they've got somebody like Jason Holder who's been leading from the front with that ball. Let's have a quick look at the wickets of Multan Sultans.
Yeah, started off with a smart catch at points, Sarzada Farhan. And United, whenever there was a partnership, they got a wicket. This was a very important with Usman Khan trying to cut away, slightly more bouncing, more difficult bowler to cut. And then the pull shot went straight to Colin Munro. It was a bit of a send-off, bit of feeling to the game too. And then this one, Rizwan, the celebration from Shadab, it shows that the plan has worked. And again, hit in the air, boundary rider takes the catch. Very good on the boundary. And then again, short ball, it is pulled flat, but again, very confident at the fence. So they're not dropping anything, they're very good in the field. And this was quite planned as well, the wide sort of Yorker. And then they made sure that Multan, although they were almost up with the run rate for a bit, but they kept on taking wickets, which in the end made sure that they won the game comfortably.
They seem to have a side, Mark, which has wicket-taking bowlers, because we talk about Pindi historically has been a great venue for batting, and one of the things that everybody talks about is the length, you know, the length that you should be bowling at, and they seem to have got that right, their bowlers.
Well, they talk a lot here about hard length, which means back of a length into the pitch hard to get that little bit of extra kick at the batsman that hurries his stroke. And I don't know that that's necessarily the answer, because I haven't been here for this tournament before. What I've seen here is good variety from Islamabad United. I've seen them offer lots of options to their captain with the ball. I've seen intelligent bowling. The best examples of that came with the two bouncers that got wickets from Jason Holder and the wide ball bowled by Imad Wasim inside the wide line, that very full wide line. That Chris Jordan's a dangerous ball striker, and they closed him down and got him out quickly. So I think their thinking is right and their execution is very good. And that is, again, it's a sign of a team that's confident and playing well. That's the point I made earlier. It sure rubs off on everybody. And that enjoyment comes out of your cricket when your plans are working.
And in all three games, Baz, you know, they've managed to bowl out teams under 160 in all. So that's, again, indicative of the fact what we're all talking about, the fact that they have wicket-taking bowlers who are executing their plans really well.
And look, we had Mike Hesson a couple of nights ago sitting right here, and he told us how important fielding was. And I think at the moment, if you look at sort of successful catches that they've made, they'll be right up there, because I can't remember maybe one or maybe two catches that they've actually shelled. There's one today that they shelled, but otherwise, whenever the balls got in the air to the fence, they've been able to haul it in and catch it, and that makes a huge difference. Yes, you can have the bowlers, but if you're not taking chances in T20 cricket, it comes and bites you, and the other teams have to catch up in the field too.
Well, there was a point where there was a partnership at the top for Multan Sultans, but of course, the turning point of the game was that crucial wicket of Usman Khan. Remember, he scored a couple of centuries in the last HBL PSL 10 on this very ground, so his wicket was always going to be crucial. It's also a turning point of the game.
Well, he played really well. I mean, he's a devastating player. He's made 200s on this ground before today, and he just, that little bit of extra bounce, that little bit of extra spin, that little bit of everything that forces the error. And I mean, you know, the old pros would say you should roll your wrists and hit it down, but of course a lot of these guys are trying to hit it over the top anyway. But he just got done by the overspin on the ball as much as anything else, and his frustration was absolutely obvious to us all. Excellent talent, fascinating to watch, unusual technique, and huge frustration when dismissed.
Well, Bazid Khan was talking about their fielding, that it's been an aspect that's also been a standout for Islamabad United. They took some good catches today. Let's have a look at the catch of the day for us. It's by Mohammad Shahzad, and the wicket was of Mohammad Rizwan. Of course, it was always going to be an important one because he's somebody who's got runs at the top in that previous game as well, 100, a well-made 100. So let's have a quick look at the safe hands for today.
A moment in the game where Rizwan thought I'll just set free. Shadab had sort of not allowed him to hit too many. And the first chance that he's taken has gone down to deep mid. It's gone pretty flat. And Shadab mentioned as an emerging player to be able to be so confident under pressure is a good omen.
Well, that celebration by Shadab Khan, Baz, I mean, Mark was touching upon the fact that he's been quite impressed with his captaincy, but just looking at where he's come so far, he's been struggling with his own bowling in international cricket, hasn't been able to get a lot of wickets, you know, an economy of over 9. But the fact that whenever he's playing for Islamabad United, he seems to be a completely different player. Why is that? And I mean, is it because of different pressures that you face in the international game, or is it just because of the fact that, you know, he relishes the challenge of being a leader?
This is where he was made. This is where he was picked up in the HBL PSL, and this is where he found all his stardom from. This is where he kick-started his career. So it's almost as if he's coming home, and it's such a comforting environment for him. He'll be the leader. And also the fact that everybody is backing him, he's the #1. So I think just the environment of him being able to almost do as he pleases, it is absolutely the perfect environment for him. And it's actually, when you come back home and you're all relaxed, he comes back home to Islamabad United, and suddenly you see he's bowling well, he's enjoying his cricket again, and he's also leading from the front, and also as a leader, everybody's happy with him. So I think it's just his home is Islamabad United.
That's a brilliant summary. I'll tell you what, that is absolutely spot on, I think. And I actually think that there is a case. I mean, I know they've just changed the captaincy, but he could lead Pakistan. He revels in it. It gets the best out of him, I'm sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, there was a lot of talk around that as well before. Baz knows all about it in T20s, whether it's going to be him or Agha Salman, and then we heard that Agha Salman has been made captain. But regardless of what's happening in international cricket, he's doing well for his franchise for the last few years. They won last year, and he seems to love bowling as well, which is great for him. On that note, we'll take a short breather and catch you guys on the other side. Well, he's been quite stellar at the top. Sahibzada Farhan, you know, over 600 runs in domestic cricket, has had 4 centuries in this year in T20 cricket. Overall, doing really well for Islamabad United. Let's have a look at some of his boundaries from today.
I tell you, best of all, he picks length. Okay, so if you pick length, you get in the right position to play the shot, and you can nearly always tell it with the back foot shots. That's where he's good. A lot of these guys can play off the front foot. A lot of them are very good with their wrists. A lot of them are incredibly powerful, but he can play off both feet and he picks length. And we saw that tonight. He's a super player, he really is.
Surely he has been superb for Islamabad United. It seems to be the story of Islamabad United so far, Baz, because again, somebody who's had multiple chances with the international side where he's been, you know, on the bench, not really got many opportunities, or playing at different numbers. But here, because of the confidence that everybody is talking about, the work, the team ethic, and the influence of Mike Hesson and Shadab Khan, he seems to be coming of age.
Look, he played for Islamabad United previously as well, but this time when he's come in with a stellar record in domestic cricket. He's got 160 and 148 in recently concluded National T20 Cup. Now, the problem with him when he played for Pakistan was, A, he was played overseas, most of his games overseas, and secondly, they didn't bat him at his number. He batted in the middle order as well. So I think now, because he scored so many, I think if he's now selected for Pakistan team, he will never bat other than 1 or 2. I claim this because if he's selected now after these many runs, I think you'd be pretty crazy not to bat him at 1 and 2.
Is there space for him though? Because we're talking about a top order that has got the options of Fakhar Zaman, Saim Ayub, Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan. Pretty much so many options of players that can open.
Look, when he was picked in the Islamabad United squad, you thought, no, he's not going to get a game. But the form that he is in, T20 cricket, I think, is quite a fickle game. You need to be in form in T20 cricket, otherwise you struggle. I think the immense amount of runs that he's made, he deserves a chance. Okay, you put him in the squad, but you should not play him at number 4. If you don't want to play him, he can sit out, but you have to play him at either number 1 or number 2, no other place at all.
All right, it's important to be playing on your number. That's the key message from Baz over here. Let's have a quick look at the table then, just to see where things stand. Islamabad United are right at the top of things because they've been the most consistent side so far. Qalandars, remember, beat Karachi in that El Clasico that we had in Karachi. They were comfortably winning in that one. Then top 4 teams are the ones that will qualify for the playoffs. Don't forget that. All right, the action continues as well. We've got a bit of break in between, but you know, just going to thank all of you here for your thoughts. I'm sure it's time to hit the bed now. Thank you so much for your thoughts, but we will be showing you the refreshing moments of the day.
Well, the most refreshing to everybody is the one that finishes the game, as long as you're dressed in red. If you're dressed in pale blue, it isn't so good. At first I thought he got hold of that better actually, but he hadn't, and Jason Holder was underneath it. It's as solid as you like when it comes to catching the ball. Then lots of hugs, and why not? Show the love when you're winning. And that's exactly what the United did. They all got involved. Look, wildlife, humans, all out there.
Well, Multan Sultans have a chance to redeem themselves later on, but we've got match number 8, which is going to be live from Karachi. Karachi Kings losing their previous encounter against Lahore Qalandars. It's David Warner's men, and they are up against South Shakil's men with Quetta Gladiators. All right, thank you so much. It's finally time to go home now.
The actual refreshing moment.
That's our refreshing moments. Look at the smiles, you know. We could just stay here, continue pitch side, continue talking. I think that's what you want, Baz, don't you?
No.
He did think about it briefly for a few seconds.
He's been in good nick though, hasn't he? He might be tired, but he's been right on it.
Yeah,
All
maybe
credit
this
to
is
him.
the time when he becomes alive, you know. He's a night owl, basically. Very grumpy in the morning, but, you know, generally really good at this time of the night. Thank you so much once again. I hope you guys enjoyed today's coverage. We certainly did, with Islamabad United really smashing it here today. The action continues in the HBL PSL. Until next time, it's goodbye.